Godzilla there.
Cue the music.
Oh, chicken attack. Go.
Alexa, play chicken attack.
Like,
They did for a little while.
no.
What?
They did.
You should have known Alexa doesn't know that song.
On Amazon Music.
Alexa doesn't like anything
Wait,
you
what did
like.
you say?
You should have known that. Alexa
I should have known. You should know that the man with the power of nature shall bring you to the end of your life. Shit! Shit!
I don't know what we're doing.
Every
Alexa.
beast,
Neither does he.
Alexa, stop.
They were
Every
supposed to sing
beast,
Chicken
every
Attack.
tree follows me to the end, and you're about to be massively forced to give up. Chicken attack. Chicken attack.
I don't know this song.
So watch your back before the fatal break. You might look harmless, but they kick your non-chicken. You've never seen Chicken Attack? We need to watch this video at break.
So, like, this is going to be the whole stream is 4 hours of this song. Go.
Yes.
So we're waiting on Glenn to get back up here. In the meantime, we'll go over some stuff. One, if you are tuning in, thank you, because also right now is the D&D Live, the Descent weekend-long thing where they've announced the next adventure release, which is coming out, I believe, September 13th.
Yeah, but they won't show tits on their stream. I might.
The adventure is called Baldur's Gate, The Descent into Avernus, which will be about characters from Baldur's Gate going into the first level of the Nine Hells and getting caught up in the blood war between devils and demons, and getting to Mad Max around in constructed infernal war machines. And everything about that sounds fantastic to me.
Blood War.
What's it good for?
So, I anticipate we will probably be playing that on this stream at some point. I have not yet pre-ordered it because it's not up for pre-order, but I probably will. Actually, I probably won't be, because I saw the cover for the brick and mortar store, the only special edition, and I was like, that's the version I'm getting because that's a dope ass cover. But I will say, I think I don't know if they're doing this on purpose. I have a feeling they are, and if they are, kudos to them. I like the fact that with 5th edition, it seems like instead of putting out splat books for like locales or things like that,
My mom took away all my splat books.
they're
Best splat book.
they're sort of releasing that stuff as part of adventure. So like we have Waterdeep, Dragon Heist, and they devote a number of chapters in the book to just what Waterdeep is, different things in Waterdeep, backgrounds for characters in Waterdeep. That way, the book Dragon Heist is not just an adventure. It's also like if you want to create your own adventures that focus around being in Waterdeep or your players visiting Waterdeep, you have all the information really necessary to do that. And it looks like now they're doing Baldur's Gate, like their next sort of locale that they're going to have a bunch of stuff. It's an adventure that starts in Baldur's Gate and then goes elsewhere, but you'll have all this information about Baldur's Gate. And so now, I feel like the books have lots of value instead, incorporated instead of just having a book that's like, the Baldur's Gate book or like the Forgotten Realms setting book that's just nothing but fluff. You get adventures that you can run that also happen to have stuff for your homebrew or your, expanding stories beyond the adventures.
It's a resource.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my own homebrew. We're all going to make characters based on the Super Nintendo game Shaq Fu, and we're going to have a campaign called Baldur's Gate. I think it'll be fun.
That's just terrible.
Can I be Barack Obama?
Baraka Obama.
Yeah.
With knives.
Well, if I'm Barack Obama, can I have arms coming out, or like blades coming out of my arms?
Yes. Almost definitely.
Alright, sweet.
I'm just imagining like other like political figures and what character classes they would be. I'm imagining Trump as a wizard of some sort, but he can't ever cast spells right because his hands are too small for the spell casting.
Actually, his intelligence is just too low. He's like a 20th level wizard with an intelligence of 6, so he can't actually cast any spells.
Maybe a cantrip.
Yeah.
That's about it.
But it's the best cantrip. You've never seen a cantrip more powerful than this one.
Or you can like told dyslexic where the spell is just come out wrong every single time.
Summon Kofefe.
Similar to God damn, what's the company called? They made
Whoa.
they made
It's almost there.
You got
the
this.
gamers.
Oh God, thank you.
Why the fuck? Anyway, yeah. The guys that made the gamers, they made another like a short series where like instead of all of them sitting around playing the game and showing the fantasy part later, it's all fantasy. And the one guy's playing a wizard, and like he's like everybody assumes he's just bad at his job because like every time he casts a spell, it comes out wrong. But it turns out he's just dyslexic.
It's very unfortunate.
I feel like that's more like Dan Quayle's character.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Summon Potato.
Trump could also potentially be a warlock who sold his soul to the ghost of his father.
That's possible.
Sarah Sanders is
In real
a
life.
Sarah Sanders is a bard with a 2 in charisma. Always constantly tries to intimidate and mislead, but always fails the check.
Anyways, so I'm excited for Descent into Avernus. I think it's gonna be super cool. The Odyssey of the Dragon Lords Kickstarter finished. I'm excited for when that finally comes out. Though I'm sure, just like Rise of the Drow, it's gonna be next year or more before that happens.
I wanted to back the Odyssey like the one.
It's cool, man. I got it, so it's gonna happen, man. We're gonna be doing it.
Oh, I know. I wanted a copy of my own.
Yeah.
Oh, you did get it.
Couldn't get it, huh?
Oh, you did get it.
No, this is Odyssey of the Dragon Lords.
You got Rise of the Drow. I got Odyssey of the Dragon Lords.
There's so many Odysseys.
Yeah.
And Rises.
And Rises. And,
So many Rise
Rise of the
Odyssey.
Odyssey Lord.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Alright.
Odyssey of the Rising.
Rise
so
of my
we have
favorite.
International Tabletop Day coming up in 2 weeks. We will be doing things
Something.
for that. We don't know yet what. We just know that we'll probably be here.
We're gonna
I've
sing
ordered-
4 hours of Chicken Attack.
I've ordered 3 tasers and a Sibian.
Let's play a game.
If there's anything I've learned in my long storied life, you don't ever go to thrift stores looking for a Sibian, because you might find one. Found a cat of 9 tails at a like one of those veteran thrift stores in Virginia Beach.
Probably a safer bet than a city.
Almost definitely a safer bet than a Sibian.
Hey, listen. I will say
Unless it
this.
still has like that new computer monitor film on it.
I will say this. In my belief, I might be wrong, but the likelihood, if you can afford a Sibian, you probably are the type of person who will take really damn good care of that thing, probably properly clean and wash and everything else.
I would hope so.
Because
God willing.
that shit's way too expensive to just, like, get crusty with juices. And, have mechanical failures or whatnot, as a result.
This stream is intended for mature audiences only.
That's right.
Honestly,
Like
if
orange juice. All right, I'm not specifying.
Orange juice.
I'm not specifying. I was talking about Trump.
Personist?
Oh my god.
Oh, this thing feels amazing. You can go ahead and turn that up, Melania.
Listen, when he talks, it sounds like he's on a Simi.
This is the greatest thing I have ever had in my life.
Exactly.
You ruined.
Mike Pence is in the corner, repent! Repent!
They're hot. They just got out of the,
Confess.
Thank you.
What are these?
Chicken tenders.
They're honey buttered battered.
Chicken is snack.
Just don't watch your snack or he will
last
take
week,
it back.
If you tuned in, you saw Elvis running some Shadowrun. I did not get to watch all of that. I hope it all went well.
It did.
It didn't go as terribly as
a story
Shadowrun
here.
normally does.
I hope Brick got to punch some things.
He shot a thing.
Shot a thing.
Shut the shit out of me.
Yeah, he
like,
did shoot
blew
the
it
shit
up.
out of a thing.
But
Um,
yeah.
Like I said,
He perforated a dude.
An opposing mage came out. Well,
dipping sauce I
he was
made.
dead soon after.
I mean, he did a pretty good reenactment of that last scene in Revenge of Age of Ultron with Quicksilver.
or like the opening scene of RoboCop.
Or the
Yeah.
last battle scene
more
of
like
The
that.
Last Samurai.
We will.
I have no idea.
The current plan is we will be starting our bi-weekly. I guess it would be more bi-monthly. Shadowrun game. Beginning of June, just after International Tabletop Day.
Yep. That is the plan right now. We are finalizing everything we need to get done.
Yep,
I think pretty much all of us have our characters made.
Cameras are ready. We just got to get
Yeah, we
everything
gotta do
together.
some technical tests, and then Elvis finish up some story stuff.
Yep. And
should be good.
yeah, that should be it. Basically.
Whoa, you need to calm your fucking tits.
Look, Ben.
Okay.
I'm looking right at him. Do something with him.
If you want to
Tired of
step
them-
out this room for a minute and we can talk about something.
Fuck this out. We can do that.
I will come back in a better mood.
You think I'm gonna let you come back at all? I'm not
Also-
a conscientious lover.
Also, I'll say I lived with Ben. I've seen the aftermath of the sex he's had. Nobody
I was gonna say,
ends
I've
up.
heard that
Nobody
one
ends
story.
up in a better mood.
Yeah, I've heard that one
So
story.
what you're
so.
telling me is that he does not own a Civic.
No, he doesn't.
Nope. And I do go through DeWalt power drills like you would not believe.
Try the Sawzall.
What?
Fun fact: you can buy a pile driver off Wish for $149.
I can give you one right here and right now for free.
I've met your knees and back.
You're right. Maybe not you. Maybe you're not. As everybody has these small children, like
We got a little dog in here. So
Oh, hey, Floki, you want to get pile driven? That's not a thing you should ask dogs.
as far as Dragon Heist, we are nearing the end. If we don't end tonight, we will definitely be ending on International Tabletop Day.
I feel like we've been singing that song for like 3 weeks.
if we don't,
No,
get
but
that,
like
I'm
for-
embarrassed.
For real, I wouldn't. I've seen how much shit there is potentially to cover in this. If you guys beeline somehow, you don't really know what the beeline is, so that might be difficult.
Shotgun bees.
If you guys manage to beeline in the correct direction and find all the things that you need to find and everything
I
else,
should be running Constantine.
then we could end tonight. Otherwise, it may prove difficult to end tonight. We'll see what happens. I want to try to move things along quickly once we get started, so that it is possible. But if it doesn't, you know,
So be it.
I really. Here's the problem. There's a map page here that I've mostly laid out of the grounds of the Castellanter Villa, and I thought when reading through most of this was like largely all we had to deal with. So I was like, yeah, we'll probably be able to get through this tonight as long as I make sure to not spend too much time on the inconsequential shit.
But
Cool.
you were wrong.
But then I flipped some pages and I saw that there was another full page fucking map.
So very
Nope.
wrong.
So I was like, all right, maybe not. Anyways, last we were in Waterdeep. The party had not only determined that somebody had stolen, according to the dragon they spoke to, was Lord Daggalt Neverember, the ex-Open Lord of Waterdeep, had taken all of the gold out of the vault and disappeared with it. Evidence pointed to the idea that somehow the noble house of Castellanter was involved, or at least might know what's going on if weren't directly involved. And it just so happened that the party's good friend, the son of Daggalt Neverember, God damn it, what's his fucking name?
Dick member.
Rainier Neverember, had handed them invites to the Castellanter's villa for a giant gala, sort of masquerade party that they're throwing.
I'm DJing.
Because it is the summer festival, and the Castellaners are known to sort of throw this big party every year,
Can
and
you hear them?
Rainier was invited because of who he is and managed to secure some additional invites for the party.
Because of who he is.
Yes, essentially because Ben is the hero of Waterdeep.
That sounds about right.
So, the party decided that they were going to do a little bit of shopping off camera, and then essentially attend this party and use the masquerade as a cover for finding out what exactly has gone down with the Vault of Dragons and where all the gold went and what the Castellaners knew, or if Geralt Neverember is there, and all these other things. So, this is kind of a Ocean's 11 sort of, stealth mission here into a very high-ranking noble family's estate during a
I'm George Clooney now.
masquerade.
And that's 2 Ocean's 11 we've done.
Yeah, right.
What was the other one?
Shadowrun.
Oh, Shadowrun.
Yeah. Did you know if you watched the stream?
I watched the beginning of it, and then I had to go watch my wife perform.
Sorry.
Not in a sexual way.
Wait, you said wife performed?
Doubt.
I'm sorry, you got my attention now.
In a musical fashion. Although I suppose it could be both. I don't know.
Chicken attack. Goddamn.
Here we go again.
There once was a man on a rock.
It doesn't take anything up for us to derail, does it?
We are the realers.
So, let's go ahead and, unless anybody else has anything to bring up or talk about.
Yeah, has
Well,
there been,
good.
maybe, I don't know. How many hours passed?
Like a
since
week?
Maybe getting stuff. I'm sure we rested.
Getting to the vault and.
I'm sure we rested in that time, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah. It's been like almost 3 days.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Today is the day of the summer festival. You guys wake up, and it is early on. There's noise throughout Waterdeep. People all over the streets. Festivities. If you guys want to wander around and partake, there's lots of food vendors and lots of sort of. There's parades happening throughout. There's opportunities to sort of meet the Open Lord of Waterdeep. There's all kinds of crazy stuff to get into. Competitions and things like that. It's also an incredibly hot day. Most people are... It's been hot the past few weeks as summer has sort of been ramping up. But today is the hottest of them all. People, while outside and enjoying the festivities, most people are carrying parasols. Lots of people kind of hanging out under the shade of overhangs of buildings and things like that. Lots of drink being sold, whether it be ale and mead and things like that, or exotic fruit juices. Hell, even water right now is pretty expensive on the street, just because it's so hot out and people are wanting to be out partaking in the festivities. It's not easy to even.
I would like to buy a gallon of milk.
Milk was a poor choice. So, if you guys want to do things, we can do that, or if we want to fast forward towards the evening and just say maybe you guys stayed inside and rested and prepared, or maybe you guys went out for a little bit.
Well, I have a question.
Sample some of the food.
Yeah.
That's just our plan then.
During the day, while we're going around, do we see any of those big stockpiles of containers that we saw like a few days previous?
You see some of the carts that you saw previously kind of going around. Most of them aren't traveling through the city anymore. Most of them are kind of like you see stopped in different areas of the city where like areas of food and drink are being served, and they're kind of pulling. That's sort of like where they're pulling the food and drink off of, or maybe you imagine some of them might have been filled with fireworks or even like decorations and stuff like that. But most of that's all hung. Fireworks are later in the evening.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
But you don't.
I get it.
You don't really see any moving through the city anymore because trying to get
Well, no,
through
I
the
meant like
streets right now is very difficult.
I want to know if they're moving. I want to know if there are just
Yeah,
breezes and stockpiled in
Yeah,
places.
you see them around places. Yeah.
Alright.
And you see some from a number of different noble houses that all sort of like contribute to this. Previously, you'd seen more activity in the Castellanor stuff, or at least the ones that you happen to have noticed. I mean, there might have been others that you never
Purify
really
food and drink.
checked to see what
That's a ritual.
you know, regalia was on the carts, or you never bothered you to check. Might have been other houses, but the ones you had taken note of previously, you had mostly seen Castellanor. But at this point, you see Castellanor, you see other noble houses.
There's one thing that I would like to do. If I go by the Temple of
Gone.
Gone, can they remove my greatsword so that I can use the cavity to put other shit in it?
Cavity. Thought we were gonna put
The bag of
everything in the
holding.
Bag of holding.
I mean, I guess that's an option.
I don't see
I
why you
would
couldn't
say
do both.
potentially yes. I don't know that it would be something they could do in the time frame that you have.
Okay, never mind. We'll use the bag of holding.
Because they're not going to be immediately familiar with your internal workings and
Sure.
mechanics. So I would take research and time and
Okay,
you know.
we'll use the bag of holding.
And shove it up his butt.
I don't think he has a butt.
Can the Temple of God install a butt?
Again, potentially.
That would take probably more research.
Yeah, it'd probably take
Surprisingly
additional time.
enough, no, less actually.
Now, if you just wanted them to sort of like
Sculpt the
weld
buttocks.
some cheeks onto the back
I was
of
gonna
him,
say that's easy.
that's potentially pretty easy. But if you want an entire sort of like
Are you looking for the entire apparatus?
right,
Or just the taint.
Or just the aesthetics?
I mean, are you trying to? fit
Well,
some jeans?
could we
What's going
could
on?
we give you like a bubble butt and then we could hide stuff in that?
like a
You'd
bubble
be-
butt with like a compartment.
A zipper.
At that point, you would be a Kardashian.
It's not a bad idea, really.
I think I'm just gonna act pregnant and then just that's my baby.
It's a giant watermelon.
a pregnant cleric, just
Yes.
I
okay.
thought you were a dude this whole time. Good. I'm not sure if that was a good catch or a terrible fumble.
Um,
I guess they can do both. Yeah.
so yeah,
Do we? So I know that there's tons of people and whatnot, but
Yeah.
I think during the day
there are routes around the city for taking carts, or like if you're trying to get around the city. The problem is that because so many streets are blocked off, it takes extra time to get around the city because you have to go circuitous
You have to go
around.
around your elbow to get to your nose.
Yeah. And it'll cost you more because
They need around.
Costs more to get to your ass.
Did you just?
I can do both now.
at the same time.
Yes.
Ow.
Ah!
32
This rots you guys.
32.
In a row?
Technically, yes.
If he skipped a few, I'd be.
Nate laughs in geriatric.
I do. It's the only way I know how to laugh anymore.
I was thinking, since we kind of have a that any that look suspicious, or particularly well guarded when they probably shouldn't be.
Make an investigation check.
I'll look, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, 10. That
I'll
was
assist him
quite
in his
shit.
investigation check.
You have advantage, I guess. Roll again.
Yes. Yeah,
11.
You can go better.
Not everything. I mean, there are guards around some of them because I mean, they're full of food and drink and things like that, and they don't want people stealing it.
Hmm.
But
It seems out of the ordinary.
yeah,
for
nothing
such
nothing
a
out of the
festivity.
ordinary.
Yeah, well, that was my idea. My
Tried
dice.
to help you.
Love it. Thank you. I
You
appreciate
did
that.
actually help him. It's just that
Help him find out.
You still didn't find anything.
nothing, nothing suspicious was found. So,
Already.
does anybody else want to do anything, or you want to start progressing into the evening?
We'll start progressing, I guess.
Yeah, we
Just-
can progress into the
My character is getting dressed for a ball.
Yes. You all did all go out last session and buy nice attire.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I want a wolf mask. That's what
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
That looks suspicious.
Well, I'm wearing-
Shut up.
I'm wearing a mask,
No,
but then
asking,
I'm
like,
wearing
legitimately,
my
so, like, if you
I have
alpha,
my
you still
normal
look like
or
you're
the
dressed.
costume clothes, but I'm still wearing my cloak and shit.
Okay.
It's a costume party?
Do what?
It's a
It's a
costume.
masquerade.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I meant like.
No,
if
don't-
you
don't
walk
worry, I got
out,
you 2
you're
masks.
still
Excellent.
wearing
Excellent.
your outfit
Had to be
will
very
look
certain.
It's a costume.
Is that
Okay.
the kind of
The mask may pop off if I whip out.
I have a purple doodad suit, so I'm good to go.
You do. You have a purple pimp suit.
I do.
Big pimpy.
That's right. With a
Spinning
pirate
in
hat.
the
Purple pirate
cheese.
pimp.
I am a
That's
purple
what you
pirate.
got.
So
I-
allowed to be proud.
That's right.
So, it starts to get into the evening.
Crate food and water. There you go.
Rainier
Oh, yeah.
shows up. He's in a very sort of well-tailored blue suit with a yellow sort of ruffled chest shirt beneath. The jacket, which has sort of long tails, opens in the chest, sort of with the ruffles out and buttons low. He's clean shaven, has clearly bathed earlier in the day, just all done up to the nines. The trim of the blue, sort of dark navy blue suit, is embroidered with gold thread. Very, very well dressed.
It's gonna be a long time for you to use.
He's a
That's all.
dandy or a fox?
I'd say he's more dandy than foppish.
I don't want no fop. I'm a dapper damn man.
Dapper Dan man.
That's right. He shows up, as I would say about 6 o'clock in the evening.
What time
Just
sunset? Like 8? Confused.
At this point, yeah, sunset's probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock. The party isn't really set to kick off until close to sunset. But as Rainier shows up and just check on you guys and plans to kind of go over with y'all, he points out that because of everything going on, it will take a lot longer. A lot longer to get over there than usual, and it's better to sort of give yourselves ample amount of time to get there, unless you want to be sort of fashionably late or whatnot. But
I don't think we have the time.
Barely acceptably early. Let's real quick decide what we do and don't have on our persons.
it'd be good.
What can I fit in the bag?
Well, I'm pretty
In
sure
everything we've got, probably.
I'm pretty sure this is the weapons-free zone. Kind of like a school.
It is a weapons-free zone.
All right.
You will be expected to. You will be checked at the gate, and you will be expected to relinquish any weapons upon entering the villa.
I want to put my hand crossbow and rapier in the bag, but I want to keep my daggers hidden on me.
You should be able to do that with some slack hand.
Armor won't necessarily might get you a funny look, but it won't necessarily have you stopped from entering as long as you don't have any weapons on you.
I mean, they're not going to pat us down, right?
They are.
They might.
I expect they probably
They
will.
probably will pat you down. They'll
I was
probably
going to
look
wear
at
the
you.
dress over top of my clothes, my armor.
Right, I'm saying if they pat you down and they feel armor underneath, they may look at you funny, but as long as you're willing to give up your weapons, they're probably not going to stop you.
My
It-
armor is
um,
built into my my guard in such a way that it just looks like it's part of the course.
Okay.
Do you think they'll make us empty a bag
I
of
paid
holding?
extra for that.
You don't know.
Well, I'm asking Rainier.
Oh,
Not quite. But yes.
They'd be there for days. I mean,
he says that people are likely to come with large coin purses, and that's expected because a lot of people who are invited. Who's who will be at this party, but also on top of that, a number of invitations were sent out to just general public, as well as some invitations were won as like prizes to various competitions throughout the day, and things like that, to allow the commoners a chance to come to this soiree. And so it's they expect wealthy people to have large coin purses on them, not only because they're wealthy individuals, but because usually since the public is there and more commoners are there, there's plan on doing like sort of fundraiser type raffles and things like that. And so people are kind of expected to bring some coin to spend.
Okay.
If you can pass it off as a coin purse,
more later.
then that
No more?
I'll get more later.
might not be a problem.
So whoever's carrying the bag of holding, put some coin in it.
Can you put the bag of holding in a bag of coins?
No!
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 A bag of coins,
Coins.
not another bag of holding.
So that the bag of holding is surrounded
I
by
could maybe
a
like
house.
stitch it around the edge, maybe like so that when they open it up, there's a
I
looks
think
like
you
a
just
So
person.
the
reach in
bag
and
of
pull
holding
out
is
some
gonna fall
coins,
to the
it'll be
bottom,
fine.
you know?
yes.
Yeah, they're not going to be sticking their hands into people's bags.
They
That
just
would
don't
be-
open up the bag.
That would be
All right, good.
rude. You
As
know,
long
like
as
I
it
have plenty
makes
of
the
coin to
sound
put
of
in the
coins,
bag. All like
it
if they ask me,
won't
I
rush
should be
into
like,
these things.
yeah,
That's the only
it's
thing
just
I
coin.
was...
I
right.
can't-
They're likely to ask you, hey, what's in your pouch, right, and ask you to sort
What's
of like.
in your wallet?
So they are not going to be like, let me stick my hand in, right? They,
Oh, that'd be fun if we had
I'm
one of
just
those
gonna say
mimic
it's a
bags.
body
yeah,
bag.
or up and
Put it in a body bag.
because most noble people would find that to be incredibly rude.
If it was a
And
bag of
an
devouring.
invasion of
In
their-
that case, here's a whip, here's a belt of daggers,
The other thing, keep in
halberd,
mind,
here's a rapier, there's a warhammer.
Whatever you have, yes.
the other thing, keep in mind, the way a bag of holding works. When you just open up a bag of holding, it looks like an empty bag. Like, and if you put your hand into a bag of holding without thinking of something that's in there to retrieve, your hand just hits the bottom of a fucking empty bag.
Right.
There's no. It's not like they would open it up and see a void into another, extra dimensional space. Even if you could take the bag and be like, see, look, and open it up, and they look in, and they'd be like, oh, there's nothing in there. Okay, cool.
So I can bring my leftovers home to my doggy.
Or you could put a
Right,
pile
yeah,
of
yeah,
coins in there.
yeah.
You open up
So
and you
the
see
problem,
a
Yeah,
so
coins.
you could turn it upside down, nothing would
do
come
that.
out. But if you turn a bag of holding inside out, everything is ejected.
Yeah.
So as
Don't
long
do
as they
that.
were like, you need to turn that bag inside out, you would generally be okay.
If they do say that, then it's going to be awful.
Yeah.
Right. Just don't exceed 500 pounds.
Right. Which I don't
I think
think
we're good.
I think we're
Well, I
good.
mean, armor. If you threw your armor
If
in
you're
there,
throwing
too, you
armor
gotta-
and stuff in there too,
can
then
start
it's
adding
possible.
up.
But if you're just throwing weapons in there, you got a lot of
We won't see.
space to work.
And all blades covered.
All blades, so don't let my rapier, my dagger,
But keep-
Putting my
the
rapier
pistol.
and my crossbow in the bag.
Yeah, keep in mind the only people with bags of holding are TK and Silas. So if something breaks out and you do need a weapon, if you're not with one of the two of them,
Yep.
Hey, TK, do you need to breathe?
You're not gonna put him in the bag.
Because we could put you in the bag of holding.
More than 500 pounds.
I
He
don't
is-
weigh 500 pounds.
really?
I don't think so. I don't
He's
think
made
I
of
weigh much
aluminum.
more than a regular person, but I'm huge. But
What's your body?
500
What's
pounds
your
is
body
big.
armor?
500 pounds is big.
We could
might-
just put him in this.
You're
Surprise, motherfuckers!
you're probably at least 300 pounds.
Probably.
Give him a pie. Hot pie,
Not
motherfucker.
500.
No, but I'm saying, but you plus a bunch of other
TK
stuff might
motherfuckers.
be a problem.
That might approach the limit. But we have 2 bags.
Sure.
So,
All right, we'll put half of you on one, half of you on
Also,
Yes, 'cause
well, the other problem is
that's-
the thing that you put in the bag has to be able to fit into the opening of the bag. TK does not fit through the opening of a bag of holding.
Not one
It's
piece.
just 2 feet by.
My head fits, my body fits.
If he fits, he sits.
Cats logging
Fifty
it.
ships.
We'll disassemble him.
If I fits, I shits.
Alright,
Yeah,
yes,
that's-
now.
Let's roll.
It would look
Yeah.
weird if we didn't have TK with us.
Yeah.
Anybody who knows us knows that TK has been with us.
Right, but they
Especially
make
when
questions.
the temple will ask how TK's doing because they resurrected it.
Yeah,
so
but-
TK should not go in the bag of
I'm just saying they may question him because
I
he's
do not need to breathe.
armor.
Yeah, I didn't think
That might be useful for future
that's good.
reference, but for this particular event.
All right.
Most of the city.
So he gets my
Looks
bits,
like.
all my bits and stuff.
How lovely lady bits. Check
Check
them
them
out.
out.
Independence?
Independence.
South Independence.
What about South Independence?
Target. Okay.
Oh, Tarja.
I'm talking about.
All right. Anybody sorry about that?
So, is any other planning you guys want to do? Rainier's sort of excitedly chomping at the bit, ready to go. He hasn't really had a night of sort of
Fun.
fancy fun like this in a long time. He's ready to sort of.
Did you paint that?
I'm not wasting any time.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Everyone's put anything like. We get. The group
Okay,
gets,
I was gonna
the group
put, like,
gets
in
split
the-
up during the party. Like,
Which one am I?
everyone's-
Oh yeah.
We need to figure out who you want to
You-
stick with.
You have a bag of holding?
Yes.
I'll stick with
That's what, I was
TK.
getting, that's what I was getting at. Like, you know, if we get split up during the party, you may want to try to stick with the person who has your stuff. And
I have
their
a bag of holding.
holding.
He has a bag of holding. So
So I'll put mine in
What?
Silas and I will.
The only people who have bag of holders is
TK
them
and
two.
me.
no, I bought one. Like 10 weeks ago when you offered them up. You offered 2 up.
I thought I was just holding them.
Oh, were you? Wait, what?
It doesn't matter to me.
There were only 2, is my point. I've
Right.
only offered up 2 to the party.
Right,
If
and
you
I
want
bought
to be
one.
holding one, then hold one.
Then you have.
I
No, I mean, I already deducted from my.
We just agreed
I already
Oh, I thought
deducted
you
from my
had bought it.
gold and everything. That's what I'm saying. I bought it.
Okay. I thought TK.
No, that's fine.
Eh, I'm just getting a little defensive. I spend my money, you know, my money.
Then Ariel and Silas would do that.
Alright. My plan is to stand in the middle of everything.
I can go back and look at the stream.
And if you get in trouble,
Why?
call for me.
Chomp chomp, but chewy chomp.
I'm gonna sample all the foods.
All right. So eventually, you guys are all dressed
Sure.
up. You divvy up. Rainier's sort of like looking as you guys are like putting weapons and stuff into these bags of holding. Sort of looking at it like, what?
Yeah, you can never be too sure, Captain.
It's just a party.
Party hardy.
Have you been to the parties I've been to? I'm just saying.
I was about to say, have you been to the parties he's been to? They're
Have
fucking
you
wild.
been to the parties he's been to?
I've read about them in periodicals.
It's like
I
you know,
use that
I've
word
read
right.
about them in wanted posters.
Yeah, periodically they I wanted
he's like,
posters.
oh, he says like, listen, I'm just saying, you guys are on the guest list under my name, so just. It's been I've been trying to build my name back up in Waterdeep for a while, and honestly, being able to call you guys friends has helped considerably for the most part, and thank you for that.
Except for that kid thing.
But I did say for the most part.
We almost didn't bring that up, but yeah, there we go.
This is like a big affair, and I just
Stop bringing it up.
just please don't. Just please don't do anything crazy, because I'm. You know,
You got
it'll end up falling back on me.
You
I
got
look
it,
at,
dude.
I kind of look up and go, do you trust us to keep you alive?
I mean, that definitely yes.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Or a horse mouth in the gift.
I just don't know why I would need. What whatever. All right, just please don't do anything crazy, and
Shall we posse?
let's go.
But they did do something.
He hails
crazy.
a
almost immediately.
number of sort of carts over.
A stretch cart.
No, like typical like buggies, taxi type things,
And one rickshaw
Um,
for TK.
and he pays each of them to take you guys to the Castle Inner Estate. It takes the better part of about 40 minutes to get there, from having to kind of go a circuitous route and traffic. Other people, like a lot of people, are converging on this estate as it starts approaching 8 o'clock. And actually, as you guys start, you see the Castellanter estate sort of ahead of you. It is larger than anything else you guys have seen in terms of houses you've visited or other establishments you've gone by. It's the stark white walls and gleaming crimson roof and turrets stand out even among other opulent estates of the Sea Ward. A 3-story mansion lies in the midst of a picturesque green gardens dappled with hedges and water features. The estate is surrounded by a tall white brick wall with a single wrought iron gate as an entrance. The Castellanter family crest, a green Y overlapping a stylized goose being fed, is emblazoned on the gate, and armored guards stand at attention on either side. You see this ahead of you some way, but between you and the estate is a long line of buggies, and around you, sort of walking along the sidewalks and things, are tons of people dressed up, some in what look to be the fineries of more common individuals. Dresses aren't quite as nice, maybe a little more threadbare, worn multiple times, but still various masquerade masks. Some just that cover the eyes, some a little more grandiose, or full character masks, animals. Some that look like demons or devils. Some it's almost like Halloween, right? And some of these people, it's a long line of buggies. People on either side of you walking. The streets are full, and your buggy is stopped, sort of waiting in line, as many others are, to be either enter the villa or to be, drop off their riders in front of the gates to be let in. Do any of you guys want to do anything while you're standing in this line or sitting in this line?
So we're in a line of buggies.
Yeah,
to get up to the front.
So yeah, there's a line of buggies, sort of traffic jam, right? And then there's also, it doesn't help the matter anymore. There's also tons of people walking along the streets as well. So the streets are just kind of like full in general. Everybody's sort of heading to the Castellanter estate. You guys just kind of wait patiently your turn, or
I'm gonna, since we have a moment, I'm going to kind of direct my owl to kind of fly above us, so that I can get a kind of a bird's eye view of what's ahead.
No
just see, I'm gonna drone him around, see if there's anything like something else that I can see that's interesting.
Okay, so as it flies over, again, what I described, these large white walls surrounding a very large, opulent garden with water features, large 3-story mansion with white walls. You also see there's lots of long tables set out with food and drink. There's a stage, looks like kind of setting up with some minstrels and stuff like that being set up. There is another building towards the back corner that appears much smaller, but still of good size. Also 3 stories. There's only, what you can tell, to be about one entrance to that particular building, and then about 20 feet over from that building, another much smaller construction that has a large, as it flies around, you actually notice a large sort of double door leading out to the street. You imagine that's probably the coach house, and then you're not sure what the smaller, still good sized 3-story building is, and the mansion proper is obvious. But mostly what you see is a lot of guards and a lot of assistants and servants sort of setting up food and drink, getting the stage ready, minstrels tuning. You see people sort of filtering in from this large wrought iron gate, dressed. Some of them are starting to mingle and talk to each other. It's still early, and the party's just kind of beginning, and you expect the big commotions and everything to not really begin for another couple of hours. But as people come in, people are seeing others that they know and saying hi and talking. The music hasn't started yet, so no one's dancing or anything like that. just you can tell like this is kind of the ramp up, the beginnings, the setup of this grandiose soiree.
Okay. Do I, since I can get a pretty good view of all of the different buildings, so I see the main building, one that I believe is kind of like the carriage house, another one, another 3-story building, but I don't know what it is.
You can imagine.
Like
You
a
could
guest
probably guess
servant's
it's
house.
probably a servant's quarters or a guest house, a mother-in-law suite type thing or something. You know, you're not sure, but
Do any of them look like there's an inordinate amount of guards placed around them?
no, there are guards. The guards, you take first make an investigation check.
Fucking terrible. 8.
Nothing stands out. You do notice guards, kind of everywhere, especially around the buildings. Just to try to keep people from wandering around the private property. You know, they don't want people wandering in and out of the houses or whatever. But even just along the walls, the guards, especially, there's a mixture of city guard and what clearly seem to be people of
State.
Castellanter employ, right? And the majority of people are the ones of Castellanter employed, but there are city guard also stationed around, just in case. There's probably in total city guard maybe 4, 5. Again, not many. But you probably see a good 24 that are wearing sort of the Castellanter house sigil.
Okay.
Any city
they-
guards you said?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
4 or 5. But you can tell the city guard less so, but the ones in the house employ, while they are plentiful, you can tell that they are trained to make themselves, I don't want to say invisible. Yeah, they're not hiding, but the idea is they don't. This big party, you don't want people looking around and feeling like they're being guarded, right? Like that kind of ruins the mood of a party. So these guys are you can tell they're not. They're still dressed nice. You can tell they have armor and stuff like that, but they're kind of a mixture, kind of like how you guys are. Some nice clothes over top some armor.
Nonchalant.
Yeah, and they're kind of stationed around in such a way that they would largely
be
blend
chalant?
into the crowd.
Can I ever just be chill?
Okay. Cool.
No.
The only reason they really stand out is, again,
see your place,
not
right?
a lot of guests have fully arrived, and they are all armed, which you know most of the guests, or none of the guests, should be.
Okay.
Are we in yet?
No.
No. Yeah.
I'm adjusting my mask and my feathers and just kind of essentially preening.
Okay.
Who wants the anonymous mask?
Anything? Anybody else wanting to do anything? Just wait patiently and get inside.
I got wait
What's
patiently.
our plan of action?
If we burn everything down.
No.
And I got nothing.
Can we discuss this on a sidebar maybe? Like with outside of like guards' ears? And
Well, you're in a buggy right now.
Well, there's no guards.
This is as private as it's going to get.
Okay.
We're waiting to get through the
If you want
HRBT
to make
tunnel.
the discussion, now's the time to do it before
I mean,
you
I
get
think-
inside.
That's
I
what
think
I'm
we-
talking.
Well, the problem
Shank
is
the driver.
that we got
how we would go.
Rainier in here.
Yeah, Rainier's in one. There's 2 buggies. You guys are split up. There's 2 buggies. Rainier's in one of them.
We're
I don't
the
know
other.
how you guys are split up.
I'm in the one
otherwise.
without Rainier.
I'll ride with Rainier. I've already said what my plan is.
What was your plan?
I said I was going to stand in the middle of things and wait for one of you guys to shout.
Well, we wouldn't have to shout. We can always do tells
Shout.
or something. Like, you know, caca, caca, tuki, tuki, tuki.
I think you missed the point.
Yeah.
I want to see this happen.
I'm not the one looking for shit. I'm the
Oh,
one that
oh,
breaks
okay.
things and hurts
Okay.
people. So I'm going to stand in the middle,
I got
and
you.
if you get into trouble, you let me know.
I think our plan. I'm assuming we should probably be allowed to mingle on the first floor, maybe, and outside.
Well, we
Yeah,
don't.
that's-
We won't know.
probably
They
true.
could have
There,
things. They could have things.
Like wristbands and tickets.
They could have.
My guess is
Alright,
that
RFID tags.
Shit.
since
They
they've
should've
got
got
the common
a
public
wand of
here too,
invisibility.
some areas are going to be more general public, but yeah, some areas would probably be more for the VIPs. Excuse me. Which right now we don't know where we fall in that
Right.
category.
Did anybody get a wand of invisibility?
Nope.
Or can they do invisibility?
Nope.
Please, spellcasting to this party? Come on.
My plan is we're going to have to get a lay of the land first when we get in there, but pretty quickly we're going to have to start searching around. Like, this is not a small amount of treasure. It's going to be in if it's here on the premises, it's got to be in a large vault or some sort of storage
Does
area.
it have a large enough basements or
Well,
I was thinking. I wouldn't think they'd put it in.
scattered about?
I would think
conspicuously?
either underground or in an off-site building.
Like the carriage house, if they're going to take it out of this town.
No, it's
Maybe.
possible, but we're going to have to
Our
see.
crypt.
We've also got to worry about the guards and how we get past them.
I mean, it may not even be here. It may be in that crypt that we left in the Castellander's crypt.
I don't need the meta. But it's either here or it's bugging. Real quick.
Oh, so
Just because it's here doesn't mean we'll find it.
well, the easiest place to check is probably going to be the carriage house first.
All right.
It's
No
All right.
choking children.
smallest
time.
area, smallest building.
I assume they have a carriage house.
They have.
They are.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I've seen it. They've got a carriage house. They've got a
Birds
3-story
up there.
building. I don't know what's in there. I can't tell, but it could be servants' quarters, could be guest house, could be something else entirely. But
Right. The
they,
next-
and then of course there's the main building.
which I don't think they'd keep it on the first floor.
No, it's also going to be the largest area to look through. I don't much want to split everybody up, but at least the other buildings we might be able to split up.
We can split up and take a look at the other buildings first, and then if we don't find it out their way, then maybe it's got to be either above or below the first floor of the main building.
First things first, we're going to get on the. We need to look on the grounds and see what sort of guard activity. I can see. I've seen some of it. It looks like there's a little bit of city watch. Not much, but they've got plenty of their own guards there. 20 or more. But with this many people, that might spread them thin. So.
All right.
But if we're going to start looking, we should probably, we should start with the easiest to move our way up. Because it looks cool.
That's my new character, by the way. Boxy. His name is
Boxy Brown.
Last name is Brown.
Boxing Brown.
Who are you talking about, fool?
Keep trolling, what?
Yeah, I mean that's
So
our plan.
some time passes. You guys talk about what your plans are.
What do you want to be in 20 years?
I think the general idea seems to be to try to
10 years
sneak
older.
around and gather information, find the gold
Yep.
without causing a
Causing
ruckus.
huge
Right.
issues.
So
It'll happen. Don't worry.
as you guys start approaching the wrought iron gate, you probably sit in line for another almost hour.
Ugh.
It's past starting time by the time you guys finally get in the door. But it's probably 8:30 at this point. It's not long after start time, but
Okay.
it's past start time. There's still people behind you. Still, like you guys aren't the last ones in by any means, and it's kind of to be expected. It's one of the reasons the party kind of starts right at sundown, so to give time for it all to wind up and everybody to arrive. As you pull up to the
Where you at?
large wrought iron gate, the buggies let you out. Renier sort of waits for you all. As you approach the guards sort of ask, for invitations. Renier hands his over, and informs that the 6 of you are his guests and should be on, listed under his name. Guard kind of has this list he kind of goes through.
Not
on the list. And then he's like, he nods, and he's like, you have any weapons on you? You need to relinquish them? Come forward and pat you down, make sure you're not hiding anything.
That was bad. I'm sorry.
That was horrible.
You all get pat down, not overly aggressively, but just sort of,
I'm gonna be Patricia.
they do sort of
No weapons.
feel any
Just
coin
one
purses you have
giant-
on you, the bag's holding, they do pat them down.
Early
They ask you about what they are, but you pretty easily are just sort of like, oh, they're just our coin purses, whatever. You pull out a few gold or whatever, and they're
Right.
sort of like, all right,
Don't have to bluff? Oh, man, that's good.
Don't say that afterwards, did man.
Did you say?
go on in, enjoy yourselves.
That's what I'm taking home my leftovers in.
Sorry, what?
Start shoving chickens.
Chicken attack!
You're just carrying like a cellophane thing.
No, it's a sandwich. I didn't know what kind of food you'd be serving. It's a whole chicken. It's still feathers and all.
And two pieces of bread on it.
As you come into the estate, Rainier says, everybody's sort of walking sort of through the garden. There's a path through the garden and past some fountains and stuff like that, and everyone's sort of wandering this way towards the setup. Most people are, anyways. There are some that are kind of wandering off around the other way, around the main house, towards the front of the house. And Rainier says, we get to go this way. Come on. You follow him. He heads to the front door of the mansion itself, and you see some others ahead of you who are being led into the front door of the mansion. They are much more well dressed than the others that you sort of saw heading to the back garden areas and the tables. You get up. Rainier knocks on the door, and the door opens. You see a man in a full sort of tuxedo suit. He's like, yes, Lord Neverember. Of course, Master Castellanter welcomes you and your guests to his fine home. Please, come with me. The Lord, I'm sure, would like to welcome you himself. And Rainier's like,
Come on, Rose.
Okay.
and
Come on, don't ruin this for me, guys.
you guys walk into a large entrance hall. A magnificent harpsichord sits along your right hand side as you walk in.
And that harpsichord's magnificent.
Down the center of this
Truly a beast for the ages.
this entryway that sort of arcs and turns to your right a bit. A fine crimson carpet runs down the center of it, and it heads towards an open door at the far end of this foyer. To your right, as you pass, you see a closed door, and light from crystal chandeliers reflects off of more than 3 dozen holy symbols to Siamorph, perched on wall shelves, each in the form of silver chalice with a golden sun etched on the outside.
No, they're on, they're on the tapestry, or
No, so these you've got large crystal chandeliers
right
on the ceiling, and then the light is reflecting off of about 3 dozen holy symbols that are put along these shelves in the upper part of the. They're all to the goddess Siamorph.
okay.
Which
should-
the symbol is of a silver chalice and a golden sun.
So I should recognize that.
Yeah. She's a
It's about to say we all probably would.
yeah, everybody would. She's a pretty common
Okay.
goddess, goddess of sort of like sunlight and the summer sun,
Rich people.
warmth and beauty and things like that. Pretty common god to worship.
Especially at this festival.
You also see, especially this festival.
So they're on chalices, you're saying?
They're all they're the holy symbols are these silver chalices
Oh, okay.
with these golden emblazed suns
Sorry,
on
I'm trying to.
them. Yeah. The entryway is also filled with a number of other guests. They're all sort of, you hear just low chit chat and chatter. They're sipping wine and small fluted glasses.
Did you?
And
you didn't turn on which back, did you?
one of the guests is actually
You
sat on a
turn,
stool,
didn't you?
the large harpsichord
No,
on your
that's
right
fine.
hand
Keep
side,
on passing it
is
down.
playing a lovely tune. And again, all of
What
them
is
are
that?
Absolute unit
masquerade
of
masks, none that you
A fine beast for the ages.
would, not that you've mingled with many nobles or rich people here in Waterdeep. You would recognize them, but their masks generally hide a lot of their features, other than just these gowns and nice suits and things like that. As you were taken through the entry foyer into the next room through the open door, there are 2 more guards inside wearing House Castellano livery, the green sort of green color with the fed goose and stuff on it. The floor here is marbled entirely. It's all marble. And there are 7 exits that you can see from this sort of common foyer, the entry hall that you came into, this common foyer.
So like that.
There's
one?
a
That area,
yeah.
or-
So you've walked through this here, and you're now in this kind of larger area. There's stairs up. There's another door. Actually, here I don't think I put the door, but there actually is a door. Kind of goes under the stairs. There's a number of doors that shoot off of that way as well. You were taken. I'm sorry. You're taken through a open arch into a spacious dining room with even more guests. Lavish bouquets and ceramic floor vases are sort of set about all over. More wealthy guests chatting loudly and drinking the sparkling wine. And you can hear not only the harpsichord behind you, but there is a string quartet playing in the corner of this dining room as well, playing music. As you pass through the dining area, there is a room to your right hand side, this far door back here, the servant seems to lead you guys into. And you walk into, he opens the door and you see a rather well kept smoking room. There is one guard inside. He seems to sort of be wandering around absentmindedly, looking at a number of portraits and things like that on the wall and on stuff. He seems kind of bored and not really paying much attention. There are fine armchairs, leather upholstered, arranged throughout the room, and you can, when the door opens, bits of smoke sort of puff out, and you can smell the pipeweed aroma throughout the room.
Smells like victory.
It's intermingled with incense and very nice perfume. You can see small little around the room on a couple of tables, small little incense burners to sort of help mask the pipeweed scent. And a number of the wealthy guests you imagine have fairly nice perfume on that sort of wafts and mingles. The smell is strong and a little overpowering, but not overly unpleasant. Sitting at one of the armchairs, you see a gentleman in a rich yellow suit, all from head to toe yellow, except for a white undershirt. No.
Would he like one?
He has a sort of he's got it's kind of like the Mr. Fantastic gray kind of beginning at his sides.
Be careful,
here.
it's stretchy.
But otherwise, he's not balding. He's got a good head of hair, well coiffed. If not slightly sort of tousled in a
Is he describing
not
me?
disheveled way, but almost a just sort of debonair kind of way.
No.
He has a thin mustache and a pointed goatee that hangs.
Never trust
That's
him.
how you know he's evil.
He's the evil twin.
it's not so much. It's almost a soul patch that's extended down straight from the middle, like.
He may not be evil, but he's at least a douchebag.
The soul patch in the beard itself is this thin triangle, sort of extends down.
Maybe that's all you could grow. Okay.
Just let your soul glow, man.
He also has his well tailored yellow suit. He's got these sort of large white. You've seen other people that have these as well on the coat. Have these like sort of large white.
Shoulder pads?
Almost, but they seem to just be sort of part of something that for whatever reason animals do. They have these large sort of paddings on their coats that sort of hang across their shoulders.
It's a fashion statement.
Yeah, it's just kind of a fashion thing. You can tell that it's made of sort of like very soft, rich cottons that likely no commoner would be able to afford. He sits and sees Rainier and all of you and smiles, takes a puff of his pipe, and sort of stands and beckons Rainier and all of you over. He's like, Rainier, good friend. I'm so happy you could join us on this fastidious of days. You told me you were bringing friends. Amongst them is the hero of Waterdeep, I'm told. He sort of looks around at the six of you.
I guess that one would be me, my lord.
And as
The hero.
Rainier sort of
The leader of, or the hero of my crotch.
the Rainier sort of says, yes, Lord Castellanter, this is Matthias. What do you have?
Resnick.
Resnick, the named hero of Waterdeep. And Lord Castellanter walks up and very vigorously takes you by the hand and shakes it.
I go in for the kiss.
His hand is soft, but not. It's not a weak handshake. It's not. He's not crushing your hand, but
He
he's.
moisturizes.
He moisturizes and works out.
Yeah, he's a well-kept man. You can tell, he cares a lot about his appearance and everything else. So
crazy for well kept.
he beckons you all to sit in the armchairs around and offers you all pipe weed as well.
I summon Tiny Tank.
Do any of you smoke? Please join me. It's a day to celebrate, and I don't know how else you can celebrate without a nice glass of wine and good smoke.
I kind of survey the chairs
Oh yeah.
Do they look
And then-
structurally intact?
and then decide to just hold them.
Okay.
I don't trust
There are other nobles. I don't know if you want to walk around and mingle.
I'm going to act like an automaton, basically.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, go right ahead.
You do make a perception check.
No.
You don't see anything out of the ordinary. You don't hear any conversation. You're not really paying attention to the conversation. The only thing you really see is you see a number of large portraits, paintings framed in these sort of very ornate golden frames. You see one of a very young boy, big, huge smile on his face, sort of sitting in the lap of what appears to be Lord Castellanter. Castellanter has a bit of a smile on his face. He's not, big, huge, toothy
Not
grin.
chiseled up.
Yeah, but he has a bit of a smile on his face. But the boy in his lap, who in the picture looks maybe 3.
Do we know if they have any children? Like
You have no idea.
we don't. I mean, it wouldn't be part of their lore. Or
Well, okay, so yeah,
like
you
his- like
you know that they have 2 living children.
Okay.
And they lost a child a number of years back.
Okay.
Boy
Boy or girl?
a boy that they had lost, and that was quite a few years back. The devastation sort of sent Lord and Lady Castellanter into a big depression. They lost a lot of money.
Devastation
Sort of as far as most people know, is sort of mismanagement of funds because they kind of had just
Bad investments. Got it.
Yeah, but since then,
Retail therapy.
the city and the community actually helped bring them back up. A lot of people sort of outpoured their sympathy for the loss of their child and volunteered time and things like that to help sort of right them. And it's one of the reasons why they have such a strong position in the Waterdeep community amongst the commoners and things like that the commoners feel invested in the Castellaners, and the Castellaners tend to invest back into the community.
And they got poor people problems.
Yeah,
They lost a kid.
right. So you see this young boy, sort of big, beaming
plague.
smile, sitting on the lap of Lord, a younger-looking Lord Castellan. You see another that's of Lord Castellanter, even younger, and a woman. He is in a black and white suit. She's in a beautiful white gown, you assume to be a wedding dress, and they sort of have their arms around each other. Imagine some sort of painting that something was commissioned on their wedding day. And then
Are the symbols there too? Like maybe blessing? I mean, I don't know.
what's that?
Are those symbols we saw earlier?
The holy symbols.
None of those portraits, no. You see another portrait, a little smaller, of a preteen boy holding a rapier, sort of like in a on guard stance, wearing sort of the like fencing attire, things like that. Looks like he's practicing with a rapier. And then a woman, which you assume to be Lady Castellanter, looks to be the same woman that's in the wedding portrait, with two babies, like small infant-type babies, sort of sitting in her lap. She has a big, toothy smile on her face, and she's sort of sitting on the floor. These two infants in sort of like white matching garments, like baby
Must have been Easter Sunday.
outfits. And it's kind of similar outfits, and they're sitting on the floor in this sort of like you see a window behind them with light sort of pouring in, and you see Lord Castellanter sitting in front of them with a book. And he appears to be reading some sort of like bedtime story or
Book of the Dead.
fairy tale or something like that to his infant children.
Nosferatus.
Other than that, you see bookshelves, a number of books, full of books, all throughout, and then just these guests sort of mingling.
Would it be possible to cast a spell inconspicuously?
Huh?
Would it be possible to cast a spell inconspicuously?
Possibly. What spell is it?
Because I don't trust anybody. I just want to detect poison and disease.
What are the components?
Yeah. What type of components are they? Verbal, somatic?
It's a verbal, somatic, and that has a U leaf.
I mean, you can use your holy symbol in place of that. But,
Well, yeah.
you would need to make a
Stealth check?
stealth check.
Stealth casting. Okay. We're known, and we're also not necessarily on people's good side, so I don't trust anything that people might give us that might be poison. But
Okay.
I know this is the party, but at the same time,
Who are you explaining yourself to?
I'm
Do-
meddling.
Do what you gonna do, man.
So I
You don't want to be date raped.
I kind of don't.
Are
do
you
very
wearing heavy
stealthy.
armor? If so, you have disadvantage on the roll.
Well, it wouldn't matter. I got a 4, so
Okay.
I think they would notice that. Anyone looking at me would notice that I was doing something.
Lord Castellanter is definitely looking at you and notices it.
Ignore me.
He sort of stands up abruptly, looks at you and looks at Renier, and he's like, Renier, what is this? Madam, you insult me. What sort of spells do you cast in my home?
I had an upset stomach, and I was trying to cure my indigestion. Didn't want to pass gas in front of you. I'm sorry. Is that a bluff or something?
Yeah, make a bluff.
That is a 4 as well. Wait. Performance? That's a 7.
Deception.
Deception.
Or deception. That would be a 7 still. Is it just advantage thing?
No.
We came in here
Oh,
with
well.
5 people, goddammit!
You,
Good night, everybody.
I'll see myself out.
Rainier stands up like he wants to try to sort of like speak up in your defense or something like that, but Castellaner just shoots him daggers, and Rainier just sits down. He says, "If you're having problems, then perhaps outside is best for you." And he has his servant that brought you in come, and he grabs you, and he starts escorting you outside.
Okay. Thank you. I would not want to embarrass myself in front of your friends.
Exactly. I, as you're sort of, he's saying this as you're walking. He's like, I appreciate you looking out for what's best for the rest of us, and he just sort of like,
Okay.
you know,
By the way,
you're
did I
escorted. You're escorted out into the gardens.
Okay. Did I detect anything in there? Okay. It lasts for 10 minutes, and it's got 30 feet, so.
That's super helpful.
You pretty much are not going to be allowed back in the house at this
Bye, guys. Have fun with the party.
point.
Oh, all right.
So,
How can we screw this up even
are
further?
any of you said that you're going to have some of the pipe weed. Anybody
I-
listening?
I-
Yes, absolutely.
It's all good, guys. I checked it out.
They can't
There's
hear
no
you.
drugs in the drugs.
They didn't cut it with bath salts.
So yeah, it's very good, very high quality pipe weed. There's also a decanter of sparkling wine and some glasses in front of you.
It's Welch's.
You're welcome to pour
Purple
yourselves
drink.
glasses if you would like. And Castellaner just sort of starts in it, and he's like, sits there, he crosses his leg, takes a puff of his pipe, and he's like, you have to tell me the story. You.
I fear that the story is not going to overwhelm as much as the legends that are being passed around the city, my lord. I'd hate to ruin your ruin the magic for you.
He sort of takes his pipe out and like puffs out smoke and sort of points to the end, and he's like, "You're modest. I appreciate it. I'm sure it's far more thrilling than you're giving credit."
I tell him the story, putting me in a fantastic light.
I'll go into a little bit more detail. I will.
His eyes. I'm rolling my eyes.
So I will go on and I will tell him the story, but while I will give credit that other people did help, I will clearly put me in the hero's light.
Sure. Okay.
So there we were.
You know, drop it. So there we were. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, and then while she was actually holding it in her hand, I'm fighting off the undead, eye thingy with the laser stalk eyes, zombie thing, and then continue on a little bit forward.
Make a. Because it's like partial
Performance.
truth and partial not truth. Make it a performance check.
Performance.
Yeah.
Can we aid him or give him advantage? Since we're telling-
If you want to
Yes.
sort of chime in,
We'll chime in. That way you get
feed,
advantage.
feed
on it.
on the story. Yeah.
Absolutely.
13.
13 total.
I don't have anything to performance. Remember, I am not a bard anymore.
Why not?
Because I came in late and didn't get to make
Oh,
my
yeah, I
character.
forgot.
So he's
We're gonna make you an orc barbarian.
he's already sort of like, he
him
smiles and
advantage.
laughs
13.
along the story. You guys, as he's telling, Yar keeps chiming in and like egging it on a bit.
The seas were hot and dire that day. We weren't even in the oceans, but it was that day.
But all of you know that like he pretty much tells the story, but with a lot of bullshit embellishment involved.
I mean, in fairness, my past was a lot of sitting in bars and drinking, so I'm pretty good at telling a bullshit story.
Sure. But I mean, he's already, even with a 13, he's already want to believe it,
Yeah.
right? So the DC wasn't high to get him to fall for the story. And you pretty much just sort of like reinforce all the things that have been whispered about you anyways. So he's like, I knew you were unjustly modest. You know, this city has seen a lot of ups and downs, and I really feel like with people like you and your friends at your back and at your sides.
Minus the cleric.
Minus gassy McAsshole.
He literally does not even. It's as if Ariel never showed up. He does not.
I'm a commoner now.
He's like, I feel like we could be on a great upswing. It's been a long time since we've always had adventurers pass through this city. But it's good to have one come from the city. Do you know what I mean by that?
No, I grew up here.
Right.
I've been here for my entire life, and was
You're invested in the well-being of this city, much
perhaps,
like my wife and
perhaps so, but it was not always like that, my lord. The common man is often stuck, or has a feeling of, never being able to, surpass his lot of birth. Some people, it's a lottery. Some people are born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
I. He nods. He's like, you're right. He's like, I have been privileged my whole life to be in the position I am to do what I do for this city. And honestly, it's that much more. Maybe it's exactly that makes me appreciate what you've done, considering where you came from. It's been easy for me, not for you, but you did it anyway.
Yeah, there are a great many people in Waterdeep, my lord, that would love nothing more than their opportunity to, to come forth and give back to the city, and find a way to maybe better the lot for themselves, their family, and those around them. I've always seen it as just, it'd be great to extend the possibility, the chance, the opportunity to them.
You're not wrong, and it's kind of why we throw this party. It's why we feed and bring
Right.
guests from throughout the city onto our into our home and onto our lands, and give them the opportunity to be inspired to bigger and better things. You get make an insight check.
But I asked the exact same thing. Yeah, 13 then.
You get the idea that he has this sort of conflicting, I guess, bias, right? The idea that he thinks that what he does is this great, disposition, allowing commoners into his home and to, all this stuff and feed them, and they get to see what it's like to live large, right? And but he thinks that that's almost, heroic of himself, right? That he thinks that that's a big deal. But obviously, as you know, that in and of itself comes from being a person of privilege and not really doing just the bare minimum, right? It's like he's gaining as much out of this as he's giving away, right?
Oh, yeah,
in some way, shape, or form. So
sure.
it's certainly by no means as charitable as he seems to be making it out to be. He looks around at the rest of your group, and he's like, it's a rather motley group you have here. How did you meet my good friend Rainier? How did you all come together?
Man, that's months ago.
Your name Portal?
Hey, I'm trying. This is me trying to remember.
He's
roommates.
he points at Rainier and he's like, is another man I respect because his father
Oh.
stole from this city. He cheated this city,
You don't say.
and then left in the blanket of shadow to escape the justice that he deserved. And Rainier here has carried the weight of that name on his shoulders, but never, he could have changed his name or told people he was somebody else maybe or whatever else, but he never has. He took on that burden. And he's tried to make right by the name, and there's something to that. He hasn't run away from Waterdeep like his father has.
The sins of the father shouldn't pass on to the son. Not in a just world, at least.
Make an insight check. Actually, any of you can make an insight check.
Perfect, because I got.
Man, you are really disappointing me tonight, buddy.
Stop talking to computers while we're playing games.
17.
What do you know? Both of them are 3.
17.
Silas, you notice when he
Penis
says
joke.
that the sins of the fathers, shouldn't fall on the shoulders of the son, you see briefly, but very distinctly, his face change. The sort of gracious host with a smile on his face, sort of engaging his guests, disappears into somber, brief reflection, into guilt. And then he sort of shakes it off and just sort of is like, yes, I agree. Each man his own. Each man his own.
So, we didn't go looking for Rainier. We found
Before you
him.
get to the overpass thing, the highlight thing, I don't know, that would be the police station.
Found him.
Police operation.
He was left on our doorstep in
On
a
the
big
left.
wicker basket.
Full-grown man.
Well, I met all
Police
now comrades
operations
at
center.
the yawning portal. We were
Famous
met.
establishment.
But when you get to
famous
the side, you'll
establishment.
see that
Yes.
the road goes up.
Indeed.
Like an overpass.
We
Don't go
were
over that.
met by a man named Camp. His last name escaped me. He was writing a book. No, sorry. He recently released a book called Those Guys.
I'm aware of him. He's made a bit of a name. Sure.
He asked us for a favor. He asked us to go see if we can find his friend named Flume. A man by the name of Flume. Long story short, during our investigation, we found out that Flume was also in the company of another man that happened to be
Right here, just sort of.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello there.
Hello there.
General McAnobie!
The establishment that we went to in the seedier part of the dock ward, informed us that these two gentlemen were having a bit of fun in the establishment, and upon leaving,
Rainier's like just a bit. You know how I can get. And sort of Lord the Castellator just sort of smirks.
upon leaving, the information that we got is that some unsavory folk may have followed them out. So we followed the trail and led us to a rundown warehouse of sorts. Probably the best way to describe it to you. Supposedly belonging to the infamous Zendara.
Maybe it's all talking from here now.
Recently been largely outed from the city.
Yes. Upon our entry, we now discovered most of the Zartarum, well, recognizable Zartarum, like dead. There was also a couple of anamorphic avian creatures.
Of a certain avian anamorphic variety.
spouting nonsense, but the one thing that they did say coherently was that they may have been in Xanathar's employ.
Pick a sword in the balls.
Although, after we
seem
took
to
care of
have-
after we took care of the situation, we searched
What?
around and then we discovered Renair in a locked room.
Then turn down
pretty
Valentine.
badly bruised up. The rest is history.
He looks at you and then over at
Takes you to
Rainier
the
and
same
he's like,
place.
"Yeah, mixed up with some bad people there, Rainier." And Rainier's just like, "Man, I was just having some drinks.
I was high.
I just- He's like,
No.
I was trying to have a good night out, and next thing I know, I had a bag over my head being beat.
To be
Luckily,
fair,
these
that's a good
fellas
time for
came
me
and-
too.
And rescued me." And Lord Castellan's like,
Serendipitous circumstances.
he's like, "You guys seem to always find a way of being exactly where you need to be. That's it's fortuitous, but you know, it's good. It's good."
It's good. It's good.
Thinking. Loading and. So we've told you a bit about ourselves, Lord, and of course, being of the status that you're in, the commoners hear all sorts of stories. They're just are circulated amongst themselves. But I'd like to hear it from you. What is your life like? What would you say is the most fulfilling part of your position here in Waterdeep? I mean, you were just obviously you care much about the people and do much for them. But, what brings you the most joy? What are you working towards?
He looks over at the portraits on the wall. And he just says, "My kids." He says, they're everything. Everything I do, everything I give to the city is
Everything.
with the idea that I need to leave something behind for them to inherit, something to be proud of, a name to be proud of. I'd do anything for them.
Sometimes the separation of classes makes one feel a little bit segregated from the others, but that is a very universal feeling. I'd say you've got right there, from the lowest birth to the highest kings, all feel the same way.
Yeah, it's family is what ties all of us together, and
So we know that he has a living son and a daughter and one child that died.
Yeah.
Do we have an idea of how old said children are?
you know that they are young. The living children are young.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I mean, you don't know exactly, but you know they're probably under the age of 10.
Okay. So, what would you be willing to maybe tell us about your kids? You know, obviously, for you to have such, strong feelings and aspirations for them, they must bring you great joy and pride.
Yeah. Terenzio and Elzarina are,
Margarita.
Trenzio.
they're
Is that the new Assassin's
beautiful,
Creed character?
kind, intelligent, everything a parent could hope for in children. And it's difficult preparing them for the world ahead while also trying to shield them from the world today. If that makes any sense.
No, I live in the world today, my lord, and I've seen my fair share of what it can throw at you. All of us have. We've all gone through, the trials and tribulations of what real the real world will throw at you. So
He says, you know, it's
Drink to that.
right.
I need them to know at some point, exactly like you said, just how dark and tough and terrible it can be out there.
The world is dark and full of terrors.
But, you know,
Also bees.
but I can't.
It's a vampire.
Or the night
You know,
is.
they're so young still. It's not something they're ready for. Instead, try to show them the beauty of what can be, so that once they realize what is, maybe they understand what's worth fighting for.
So, can I just be
So-
wandering around outside,
So yeah, you're
checking out the food
You're
and the drinks?
outside. Most of the people outside are commoners. There's a few more nicely dressed. A smorgasbord of food and drink at your disposal.
A buffet.
There's
Pull out my
minstrels
wallet.
playing on a stage.
Everything's on the up and up. I'm not detecting nothing.
Nope. Everything's fine.
I can eat everything and drink everything.
Yep.
Okay.
At the same time.
At the same time. You're welcome to mingle, or do you want to sort of peruse around the grounds? What do you?
I'm just gonna do like we said. Just check out the lay of the land. I'm gonna get a glass
Ooh,
of
two
red
girls, one
wine and
cupcake.
just try
That's
to
a great idea for a business.
see what things the lay of the land is like, and like if there's guards over by the.
Yeah, each
if
of
that's
the
a thing,
buildings,
or-
each of the buildings, especially around the entrances, have guards.
So no like sneaking into them. Or getting
Not,
past them or
not.
distracting
You're
them.
not going to just walk through the door. You
Right.
need to be able to distract the guards first, or something. You're not going to be able to just walk into.
Cough,
door.
cough.
Maybe those stairs go up, I guess. to the
Yeah,
second
yeah.
floor?
So you can see the second floor of the house has sort of a wraparound balcony, and there's stairs there that lead up to that balcony.
And someone keeping you from going up the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you do is you walk up to the guard and say, "Look, a distraction."
You might be able to get up the stairs. Might be your easiest bet if you can stealth by, because it's right by where all the food and drink is. There's a lot of people that walk by. A lot of people. There's only one guard there. A lot of people for him to keep his eye on.
What about restroom facilities? Would they be outside, I guess? Holes in the ground?
Yeah, there's outhouses, sort of essentially what would be like
Porta potties?
porta potty type deals set up out there for the commoners. The nobles and stuff are.
So I
allowed
can't
to
use that
sort
as
of-
an excuse to get back in the house.
Ye old pals and shitson.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say you could try. Not all the guards have been told, "Don't let this person back in." You've been kind of thrown out, but you could try to find a guard who.
Do they take our invitations?
doesn't know
or do
the
we
hell
still have the
you are.
invitation?
Didn't get the memo.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Do I
think-
still have the invitation, like the VIP invitation? That might get me back in? Or was that only Rainier? I don't remember.
That was only Rainier that had that.
You didn't get your hand stamped
You
either.
could you could drop a name though. You could like drop Rainier's name or something like that, and maybe see if a guard would let you past. But you also need to make sure you're not found by.
Are
any
there
of his-
servants?
Huh?
Are there servants?
Oh sure, there's servants walking around all over the place.
Are they walking in and out of the house?
Oh yeah,
So if I dress up like a servant,
potentially if you can find a place to dress and a means of dressing like a servant.
okay.
You don't see any tiefling servants, but
Well, there's that.
You are pretty noticeable.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna mingle and walk around all the food stuff and just get a feel for things.
okay.
For now. Until someone.
Screams in holy terror.
I'll,
and you
I'll
come
text
running.
you.
So after after some time talking, he Lord Castellander is sort of like, we've sat and talked. I suppose I should probably show you guys a little around the house.
I think that would be great.
You guys would like?
Sure.
Okay. And he kind of just takes you around, exits out the smoking room, back into the dining hall. Again, there's a string quartet sort of playing food and drink.
Starts running on the switch.
I've been saying
You
these
never
for
go
ages.
through one body and one body. Best thing to do is to cut them up into.
I just missed.
He motions to one door. And he's like, you know, if you need some fresh air, we have a nice little sort of sunroom covered porch just out that door there. Small area, nice little sitting area. It's nice to, you know, I know it's getting late, but summer, it's a nice warm evening out. Nice summer breeze. If at any point you need to take a load off, feel free to head out there. We also have, this is our cloakroom here. Sort of a door right next to the one he says the covered porch. This is cloakroom if you guys want to relinquish any of your coats or anything like that. You know, we have guards stationed making sure that nobody is, you know, taking anything that's not theirs. And he motions over to well, he walks you through this sort of the marble floored foyer again. He's like, the stairs go up to the second floor. It's mostly living quarters and private chambers and things like that. So try to keep to the. We're asking our guests to stay on the first floor, obviously.
Aye, aye.
If you he opens up another door. That's this door here. He's like, you know, this is my office. It's where I kind of go through all of our finances and any legal stuff that we're dealing with. And you see, it's a large wooden desk with a high-backed chair. What's that?
I was just making an insight check on this. He's mentioned finances twice since we've talked to him. His finances.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
You see tall stacks of books on this desk, this large ornate wooden desk. You see towards the back corner a large full plate suit of armor that stands. Very sort of decorative in nature by appearances. And
It's on Hopper, by the way.
again, there's bookshelves and things like that that line the wall. Some sort of looks like
Are we done?
hunting trophy heads and things like that, placards on the wall and stuff.
Yeah.
Very standard sort of wealthy
Okay.
office
That's awesome.
type
Alright, talk to you
decor.
soon.
Kind of animals. Just running it
Sure.
up.
Yeah, pretty. I mean, nothing like
That's
crazy,
okay,
like no like
15
dire
minutes.
bear head or anything. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, there's like a 12-point. I mean, they're nice, like a 12-point buck. You know,
Yeah, I would ask some questions.
still yeah.
Finally got there.
Nothing out. Pretty standard hunting, you know, stuff. Like a stuffed. He's got like a stuffed rabbit, sort of like
It's a Medusa head.
position.
Don't
To,
lie.
you know, look like it's sort of like jumping through the air. It's something that's put on a mantle. It's nice. It's rich people stuff, you know.
Solid.
And then he kind of closes the door, takes you into the library, which is he takes you into the entry hall and then through this door here, and this is a large library, bookshelves,
The bibliothèque.
all of the bookshelves all over the place here. They
Swine balls, but yeah.
whatever. We only have so many bookshelves.
It could be like a wine book library. You read and you drink.
Yeah, read and drink.
So you see as you enter, there's again, most of these rooms have various people well dressed, masks, sitting or chatting it up, drinking sparkling wine, and sort of nibbling on hors d'oeuvres. Servants walking around with trays of food, offering to people and stuff like that.
Not champagne because there's no France there.
Yeah, right. Campagny.
As soon as the door opens, you get a scent wafts across your nose of old parchment. Tall bookshelves line all the walls, packed from end to end with colorful leather-bound books. Each bookshelf outfitted with a ladder on a rolling track to enable people to reach the highest books. Shelves that take up the entire southwest wall hold not books, but 80 wide-necked glass bottles filled with swirling mist and sealed with corks.
So wine.
Hanging on the north wall between two bookshelves is a 7-foot-tall portrait of the Lord and Lady Castellanter, holding two infant children and standing beside a teenage boy as well. There are, you also see, in very beautiful small suit and gown themselves, two small, probably 6-year-old children, climbing up these ladders, giggling, and sort of one of them's up on the ladder, and the other one's rolling it back and forth along the bookshelves, and they're giggling and laughing. And Lord Castellanter says, Terenzio, Elzarina, we have guests. I know it's a party, but please try to show some decorum, children. And I sort of, yes, father, and sort of climbs back down the ladder and goes about and sort of run off, through the door, past you guys, giggling, and you see them go back into the marble floored foyer, and you don't know where they go from there.
In fairness, Lord Castellanter, running around on those rolly ladders is quite fun.
He chuckles. He's like, I wouldn't know. I haven't tried, but I suppose there is something to it. If I were to wager, I guess. But
It is a
again,
party!
he says, but they're small, the
And I
ladders
laugh.
are tall, and the last thing I need is my children falling and something terrible happening to them on such a happy day. So, or ever. Quite right. He sort of points off this direction. He says, it's just a mud room, sort of access to and from the gardens. And over this way, pointing to this door up here, he says is just a small reading room, also has access to the outdoors. If you're welcome to sort of continue to mingle with the guests. I'm sure many of our other guests would be happy to meet all of you, and especially our hero of Waterdeep. Make yourselves largely at home.
Don't shit on a sofa.
Eat, drink. There's more pipeweed if you would like.
Why you got emotions to silence, huh? Why?
Because
He's kind of a
like
pipe
the
fiend.
first. He was like the first one to like grab it earlier. So
I mean, it's not wolf's bane.
he says, I need to make some rounds myself. I can't have you monopolize all my time.
Of course. Well, you've been
One
there.
question about boy.
There's sure.
If you were gonna hold a whole shitload of treasure,
Where would you put it?
Inside the suit of armor.
armor of holding. That's right.
I know it's gonna be a question, but
Are you
I'm a bit
seeing
of a
anybody?
bit of a hobbyist, so I like to
This is a
collect
really big
stones.
button,
I'm
I
not
think.
talking about the common cobblestone you see outside the streets. I'm
Okay.
talking about precious stones.
Gems and all?
Gems,
It's truly outrageous.
stones, gems. Nothing that would,
Truly,
you know,
truly,
be for
truly.
sale or anything. More or less collection of mine, like, you know, cave dive, maybe.
Sure, okay. An odd hobby, but who am I to judge? Sure, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going with.
I like
this. Let's see if
stones.
it plays
There was
out.
one stone in particular I was fond of, and then I lost one day.
It was Roger
That's
Stone.
unfortunate.
Yes. It's a pretty unique stone.
Is it something you found on an adventure, or
It's a tesseract.
Something like that in my travel. In my travels, I'm a bit of a monster hunter by trade. So
I do a little bit of hunting, nothing quite like that, but as you saw,
my game's a little bigger
chuckles.
and more threatening to human civilization, if you know what I mean.
Understood.
They murder people if you catch my drift.
And mount them on the wall.
Mount them wherever.
He sort of he's like, I put large walls around my home for a reason. It's not danger's not really my
That's a good idea.
idea of fun, but sure.
I mean, this is a guy who won't
this
even get
stone
on
mine,
ladder.
I was very fond of it. It was like
Alright.
a oval shaped, and what was unique about it, it had maybe it occurred naturally, and I was still trying to study it until it got swiped. It had like these black inlays, and it looked like they were separate from the stone itself, but merged into the stone.
Separate
And
but
I'm
equal.
trying to figure out. Yeah.
3/5 of a stone.
I was studying and trying to figure out, you know, how this naturally occurred.
I mean, maybe it
And
wasn't
you see-
natural, maybe it was carved.
You strike me as a very intelligent, educated man. So,
Thank you. I hope that I am. Yes.
I don't know if you ever heard of such things.
Make an insight check. First off.
That is an 18.
Okay. He says, well, I mean, I haven't. The description doesn't match anything that I would have seen, but I'll be honest, it's not my hobby. The only thing I can think of is maybe carved, or maybe it's not natural. Maybe it's a crafted object of some kind, or magical in nature.
Perhaps I was hoping it'd be magical in nature
he-
until it got swiped.
When he says magical in nature, you get the idea. Like, he just has this a look about his face that isn't that he's speaking from conjecture, but that he's almost thinking of something or remembering something.
It's okay. Well, I've messed around a lot of a few nobles that I know. So,
He's like, I mean, I wouldn't possibly begin to know. I have, I guess, I have my hobbies, but I guess rocks have just never been it.
I told myself, give me the stone! Give me the stone! I see out! Stick out!
This escalated quickly.
Yeah.
We're all gonna get kicked out.
That Family Guy episode where Brian's doing
So he says, feel free to continue mingling here. If you would like to go outside, we have more food and beverage outside, as well as additional music. Lots of other guests. Make yourself at home, within reason, of course. I'll hopefully see you later in the evening.
Yes.
He sort of turns and walks back off into the
Salute.
house.
Right.
Yeah, we have like 7 minutes before break. You guys want, or 5 minutes?
Do we want to go a little bit longer before break, or take a break now?
Let's work it
Yeah, we gotta figure out what we're doing, so let's take a break.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna
For-
take
for
5
break-
or 10.
Take 10.
For a break, you pull cart with teeth.
Marijuana? What?
Start talking about
I
waffles.
like how you waited for him to go live.
I want to go
I
live.
know, right? I love that.
I think it,
Smoke.
not that I smoke any, but I think it's illegal. So that's my stance.
Smoke.
I would smoke a waffle.
Hey
Or a
man,
waffle, a giant
not that I
buttery
smoke
thing.
it, but yeah.
All vices should be legal, but you take consequences of anything.
I
you
think
do.
Miami Vice should be legal.
Don Johnson, no!
No.
TikTok.
That outfit was a crime.
That outfit was.
You know what was a crime? That they canceled Nash Bridges. That was a crime.
No, the fact that Nash Bridges exists was a
You
crime.
shut your cheech marin hating whoring mouth up! That was the coolest 68 Barracuda I've ever seen.
Speaking of Miami Vice, I saw a Ferrari on the way over here.
Like a villain.
Was it white?
No.
And
Was
was
it-
it Testarossa?
No.
So completely unrelated to our
It's a
conversation.
fucking Ferrari. What do you
Yeah.
want from me?
A white
Wait,
Ferrari!
was it? It wasn't Magnum PIs, was it?
No.
Or what was his?
He had a
I have
helicopter.
Ferrari GTO.
Right. Did you hear someone actually stole like the Ferrari GTO from some guy? Some guy was selling
Probably
the
enough.
Magnum PI one for like $2.2 million. He was test driving by appointment only, and then
Just didn't return it?
the guy was interested in buying. Says, "Hey, can I give it a test drive?" And the seller's like, "Sure." Pulls over, gets out of the car, goes around the passenger side. The guy jumps in the driver's seat and floors it. And they haven't found it yet. That's been 2 days ago. They haven't
So,
found it.
literally what I said, but
Yes.
you said no.
No.
That'll be on Vin and Wiki soon. I'm
Speaking of
sure.
Miami Vice, the leader of Network on the civilian side looks like Don Knotts.
Is actually Don Knotts. I don't think he's doing. Wait.
There's too many things up here.
Where's my bullet?
Where's my bullet?
There's entirely too many ostriches here. Pamphlet said there'd only be a couple of ostriches. Don Johnson, not Don Knotts.
yeah.
Although Miami Vice with Don Knotts.
I'd watch the shit. Don. Fucking Nash
too
Bridges
much
with Don
cocaine
Knotts and
here.
Cheech Marin. Holy shit.
There's too much cocaine.
Hey man, you want to do this cocaine? Oh, I don't know, Cheech.
I would love that show.
I would watch the shit out of this show.
So this is something that needs to happen, except for the fact that Don
I
Knotts
bet
is
John
dead.
Knotts. I bet John Knotts.
Well,
Yeah, parts is parts.
luckily,
Not my comment.
we have his voice. We can just dub
Animate him.
We sure do, Andy.
Just CG him.
Just
The age of about 30 years.
Replace the voice.
Just do like what they did for Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One. Just
Yeah,
like
sure.
paste it over someone
Digital.
else. Make sure that it's like
Yeah,
completely not the right body type though. Like
It should
Elvis's
be Don, it
body.
should be Don Johnson's body.
Don Johnson's body, but Don Knotts' voice.
That's favorite voice.
Oh my god! If I could just pay off one bill with that skill, just one bill, I would consider my life fucking a success.
We got After Effects.
That's right. Let's make this happen.
All right, so we're in the next couple of months on Hypothetical Heroes. We're gonna completely redub an episode of Nash Bridges. Done.
An episode?
First
All
season,
94.
baby. We
All
just
8 seasons.
And the DVD extras.
You're gonna need at least
Okay.
Alright,
Just the summer.
okay.
so Lord Castellanter has sort of walked off to mingle with other guests. You're
Free to run
largely
around the
free to move about. There are obviously guards and other guests and stuff like that who's, might catch you doing whatever, but to consider.
So what I'll do is I'll use my considerable girth to not to create a distraction, but to create an occlusion, right? So you could do shit
behind her.
behind me, and nobody will be able to see through my enormous person and shit.
Okay, where are we right now? We're still in the.
Right now, you're still in the library here.
How many people are in here?
Yeah.
Your room divider.
Nothing can stop the blob.
I'd say there's probably,
a shower
other than
drain.
you guys,
Sure.
maybe 7 or 8 people.
I want to look at that. I want to look at the shelves with the bottles of swirling liquid.
I too want to look at the bottles.
Sure,
as
okay.
well here.
Does it look anything like that shit that came out of that pit?
It's not what you said. It was the face that came afterwards.
From the Elliptids,
The Golgothan?
not the Golgotha.
Oh, does it look like the goo that the
brains
brains
were
are
coming
in?
out.
No. It does not even look.
Because I got a couple of vials of that.
I liked
Back
your
in the
mouth,
middle.
like, reframed.
Does it look like the goo?
It's Lord Castellander's semen.
stuff.
Yes.
Here's a vial for you. Here's a vial for you.
Is this his literal spank bank?
So
It's a whole different kind of heist.
I saw that post on 4chan.
What?
Never mind.
any of you who are going over, who's going to look at the bottles?
I'm going
I'm
over.
going to look at the bottle.
Yo.
So one of you make a investigation check. The other one gets advantage for the other one helping. So.
I'm gonna help. So do you want advantage or do we both get advantage? Because
No, silence works.
Dang it.
One makes
Here, I'll do
Pick
it.
somebody
I'll
who
do
has
it.
the better bonus. Essentially, they make the check with.
I've got
I
6.
have no bonus to my
Okay.
investigation, so I will help you look.
All right. Jesus
Right now?
Christ, guys.
You
Guys!
need to do
I
better.
thought
14.
you were doing it.
It's gonna be that kind of party. Take my
Only
name.
one of us can do it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
got
got
a
a plus
+8
one.
though.
Just kidding.
I got +7. Not enough.
No,
We can get to that.
investigation. Oh,
Investigation.
sorry, 7.
Yeah.
So what'd you get?
14.
Okay.
You're really disappointed
So-
me. Nice.
The
Lightsaber.
bottles again just seem to have like this kind of swirling
It's a club.
mist inside of them. You're not really sure what they are. You kind of pull one of them out, and it has a label on it, and it just says
Dukes.
it says Canticle of the Silver Chalice.
Can I maybe knowledge Arcana, see if this is some sort of magical thing?
Sure. You can also history if you want to do history. Either Arcana or history.
I will aid you.
They are literally the same.
You don't know much
I will
about
aid you.
20.
history.
No, just kidding. You
Don't
don't.
know much
are you doing, Arcana or
Arcana either.
Arcana. It doesn't matter, they're the same. But I'm going to do Arcana.
You definitely get the idea that these are magical in some way.
Next to it, you find one that says "drink me."
You
And there's a pair of shorts that say "bite me."
Alice of Waterdeep.
but they don't appear to be liquids. So they're not something you would drink. Other than the fact that they seem to contain some sort of magical vapor or essence, and they're corked. The cork looks like they're able to be like sort of opened and closed, like recorked.
I'm not going to open this. I'm gonna put that one back, and I'm gonna go up to TK and be like, I'm gonna look at the picture. Well, just hide me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go over and take a look at the big portrait, and
Breath of a manticore.
first I want to take a look at the
Stinky.
picture itself. Well, like what
Smells like
the
flesh.
image is.
Sure, yeah. As I described earlier, it's about a 7-foot tall portrait. It seems to have a little bit younger, by a few years, Lord and Lady Castellanter are standing. Each of them holding one of an infant, and then to one side of them a teenage boy.
Okay.
Does it look like
I'm
the
still
one?
looking at the bottles, by the way.
What would you like to do with them?
I'm just looking to.
Okay, so you
5-finger
there
discount.
are 1, 2, 3. There's 4 of them that you see have. You kind of pull out and you see have labels. You see saying the Canticle of the Silver Chalice. You see another one labeled Agaron's Dragon Ward. Another with the label Wolfgar and the Crystal Shard. Another one, Your Beardy Face.
Whoa.
My?
I'm like, I chuckle and I put that one back up and was like, Yar!
Do any of these sound like books?
Aye,
Like,
Kinks.
Make a history check.
I'll make a history check. 18.
Some of them do. You actually happen to know that Wolfgar and the Crystal Shard is a rather epic opera about a adventurer of a dwarven barbarian and a drow adventuring within Icewind Dale.
It's D&D's version of iPods, right?
Maybe.
I read that.
That's what I was saying. Isn't that a thing?
I read that series.
Okay. Interesting. Still don't want to fuck with them, just in case they're
No, I yell at
cloud
that
kill
because
or
it says
some
your beauty
shit.
face.
I'm like, whoa! I gotta check this out.
So what else?
Audible.bottle.
What else?
Yeah, right.
I mean, is there anything else about the picture you would like to know, or?
Does it open up? Yeah.
All of the pictures are of interest to me because they all. Does it have any? I look around it. Does it have like a nameplate or anything that maybe says what it is, or like what the name of it is, who's pictured, or what year? Is there something
Year
on
of
the
our Lord?
Yeah.
1959.
Anything like that?
Yeah. So
Picture it. It's just
we'll say yes. It has a placard on it, like beneath it, that says, Lord and Lady Castellanter, with twins Terenzio and Elzarina, and an eldest son Osvaldo.
Do we know? So we don't know anything like local history about the oldest son.
Make a history check.
That one's a 9.
Like other than like what I've said, you know that probably about 5 or so years ago, their oldest son
Wasted that 20.
passed away. The family went into a bad kind of downward spiral and depression afterwards, and it was kind of the community's effort that brought them back up to prominence again.
Okay.
But you don't know what the circumstances of his death were. That was kind of kept hush hush
Okay.
for the privacy of the family, basically.
What's that?
It's a stash. All right. Well,
Bellweed.
You said hush
So-
hush and wrong song.
Hush hush, you too shy now.
So I yelled at Yar.
This is Harry. What?
You're too shy.
Hush hush.
I brought Yar's attention to your bearded face, and he currently has the bottle of
Your beardy face.
My
beardy
beardy McBeardy
Your
face.
beardy face.
Like, does it
you
open?
ever have a kid? Name it that, please.
Yar is attempting to.
You're gonna open the
I'll
bottle.
open up the bottle just like if
it-
it's liquid. I don't know it's not liquid.
It's been like
I'm
what,
not-
an
I'm
hour since
assuming
I've
it's
been
not
out
in
here. Maybe.
It's probably close to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get in because I'm like, I guess they're not gonna come and get me.
What are you gonna do to?
I'm gonna try to bluff my way through one of the guards. Hey, I mean,
Which one? Where? How? What?
is there one by the stairs?
Yeah, there's
By
one by
that?
the stairs there.
Okay, that looks like a nice inconspicuous place because it's by the food. Maybe tell them somebody just threw up on the, or someone's trying to start a fight in the back corner or something. I don't know, some bullshit.
Okay, make a deception check.
Deception, 12.
Okay. Yeah. He's like, what? Where? He sort of looks
Some
around.
of those
He doesn't-
commoners back there getting a little rough with all that beer, and I think they're gonna start a broil. They look Irish.
Which direction are you pointing?
Like back
There's
around
shrimp
behind
everywhere.
around the corner, like back over there.
So if they would leave this door and go this
Like
way.
so, yeah, they would have to, if they were
Well,
if they were there.
You're going to the staircase, right? So
Yeah.
he doesn't step too far away. He just steps to the corner and looks. And there's guards over there by that door in the coach house. And he's like, "Hey, go check over there. This lady says there's some drunkards." And he's just sort of like trying to get their attention and yelling at them without like trying to go too far from his station. But he's not paying attention behind him now. The stairs are somewhat open.
Oh, I thought there was doors over there. I guess there's all stairs.
You said you wanted to go up the stairs.
Yeah. I thought there was, but I thought you said there was a door over here. There isn't. Okay.
There's a door here.
Oh, okay. Well, I can see that one. Okay. Well, then I guess I was there a guard on that door as well.
Yes, there's guards at these doors.
Okay. Then I guess
There's guards at every
I go
entrance.
upstairs then.
Okay. You go up the entrance. or you go up the stairs.
You're attacked by a
You're
stone
on
monster.
a railing balcony that runs around the outside of the second floor. You can see into there's a few windows and things like that.
Are there any doors to get in?
But after you walk, so actually right at the top of the stairs, there's a door on your left that goes in, and then you actually see another door, a smaller door up ahead of you a ways as well.
Okay. I check the door.
Which one? The one right at
One
the
right
top of the
on
stairs?
top of the stairs.
Okay.
Is it locked?
We have to make sure he finds the right door.
It is locked.
Okay. Then I will walk down to the next door and check that one.
Oh yeah.
Does the balcony go all around the entire second floor?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, all around this side. I got
Okay.
here. You see in the window, you see a large ballroom. You see through the window. You see in the center stands an eerie, human-sized wooden cloth mannequin with a painted face,
What?
dressed like a ballroom dancer.
But there's no one else in the room. Just a mannequin with a
Yeah.
ballroom.
The polished marble floor is a dazzling mosaic that depicts a silver chalice with an image of a golden sun on its outside.
Oh, the sea.
The symbol of Seamorph.
Seamorph?
She's
Okay.
a demigod, actually, not a full god. But, you see gilded mirrors and handsome tapestries along the walls, and the windows have crimson drapes stretching from floor to ceiling. You are able to. The door seems to be.
It appears to be stupid, and I hate it.
It appears to be stupid.
What
It
did
appears to be
I
unlocked.
say?
Yay. Lucky break.
Okay.
I go inside.
Okay. 1 second. Elvis.
Yep.
Yar.
Yep.
You uncork the bottle?
I uncorked the bottle.
The one that says your beardy face?
My beardy face.
So, as soon as you uncork the bottle, this mist, this sort of like almost a thick, viscous smoke that sort of almost has like a sparkle, like somehow glitter was inside of it, like swirls and rises up out of this bottle and begins to rise up into the air above your head. And as it does so, you begin hearing the sound of you can only imagine to be a sort of a gruff, graveled, low baritone voice of what you can only guess to be a dwarf singing this lovely song about a maiden and her beautiful bearded face.
Your beardy face.
And essentially, it plays out this love song. As it's happening,
I know you'll be smirking when I'm kissing your merkin.
As it comes out and swirls out, I want to step back and fade into so that he is
And I'm
such
like,
a center of
make a
attention.
step there.
Yay!
At disadvantage because you have heavy armor on.
No, it's not heavy.
I thought you were wearing full plate.
No,
No, she went down to mithril or something like that. Medium.
Yeah, it's medium.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
12.
Okay.
I'm not like trying to like hide. I just want
Sure.
to not be the center of attention.
So,
Well, that's pretty easy as this is.
I'm like,
all the other guests sort of stopped talking and sort of stayed and looked,
I'm like,
and
I corked
none of them seem angry. Just,
Yeah.
They're just sort of like listening. They're like, "Oh, that's so cool."
So we all hear it.
Oh, yeah, all
Everywhere.
of you. Yeah, everybody.
Everybody
in the
can
room
hear
hears it. And then after the song ends, the smoke sort of starts to sort of swirl again and falls
Goes back
into
into
the
the
bottle.
bottle.
And you
Clicks
cork
it.
it.
And I'm like, well, that was neat. They should make them with cat videos. That's weird.
little less conspicuous, maybe.
I mean, I thought it was the sparkling wine.
But now everybody's sort of walking over towards you, Yar.
Okay.
And they're all like,
paused.
that is so neat.
If you needed a distraction, that's the one you got.
They're like, what? Are there any more? What else is on?
I don't
What are
know.
those?
Let's check them out together. What we say?
Let's listen to them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like,
Now open one that says atomic explosion.
No, I am wandering back towards my other companions since Yar has created this.
Well, so this is actually you're all kind of together because the shelf that all these bottles were in is right to the left of the big giant 7-foot painting that he and the two of them are standing in front of. So now everybody's sort of surrounding all of you guys over here. I'm wanting to listen to more of whatever these things are. They're all fascinated.
Not helpful.
no, I thought it was less helpful. Okay.
That's not helpful for inconspicuousness and looking at this stuff at all.
Well, if you wanted to leave the room, it might be easy to inconspicuously
All right.
do something outside of this room. But everyone's now in the general area, or even if you wanted to come to the other side of the room or go out this way or this way, you might be able to do so.
That was the sitting room with an access to outside?
No, it's that one over there.
No, there's a door over.
Right, that one. That one's.
No,
the
that's
sitting
that's the smoking room. There's a door that I forgot to put.
But this one is the
over here.
little reading room with the
Yeah,
access
Yeah, that's
outside.
a reading room. Yeah, there's a reading room here. And this is like a mud room for going out to the.
Yep.
So while everyone's distracted, I want to go towards the reading room.
We make our exit.
All right. Well,
Are you guys trying to do so discreetly?
Well,
Or just kind of
just
just like-
nonchalantly.
Okay.
I mean, we've got
Walk casual.
yeah.
Sure.
Don't act like you're
List
walking casual.
lazily to the left.
Are all of you? I mean, you're staying over there.
I'm making sure that everybody else gets out from
What about you two?
I'll go last so that
You don't. Yeah. What, Silas?
Well, I was, until he looked like he obviously wasn't interested in the reading room, I was going to walk that way. But once he obviously isn't interested, he's my
What is
next
the line
major
that
distraction
gives
point.
Chewie?
But he's also the one that needs to
When he
look at
tells
shit,
them
so we
that don't
probably
look like
shouldn't
you're,
lose sight of
you
him.
Well,
Fly casual.
Oh, you said you're going to the reading room as well, right?
Yeah,
You both were
fly
making-
casual.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm trying to.
Don't.
I thought you were saying you were
He
going
says,
elsewhere.
Okay, so is there?
Try to keep your distance, but don't look like you're trying to keep your
That
distance.
way.
And then
So
he
you're
says,
going
I
this way
don't
with
know.
them?
Fly
casual.
Should I make a stealth check?
That's
Uh,
Jedi.
No. So, all right.
Yeah.
You're up in the ballroom. You've walked inside.
And you're blitzing.
It's pretty. It's a very, very beautiful ballroom. They don't appear to be using it for this particular party.
It's the biggest ball.
You're not sure why. While it's beautiful, it's right now it's kind of dimly lit because it's night out. They're not using this room. There's just kind of like some moonlight and stuff like that coming through some of the windows, and it almost seems sad and dreary at the moment, with sort of empty, with this kind of doll in the middle.
Okay. Doors?
Yes, there are doors.
Anything that might lead to.
There's other doors along the outside that go back out to the balcony.
Okay. Don't want to do that.
And then
Don't be dumb.
there's you see a doorway on the left hand. Well, so you come in, you stare right across from you is you're coming in essentially right here. This sort of like
Okay.
bubble here. So you stare across. There's another door right across here, and then going into the room this way. There's a door like sort of over here. What appears to be an opening. There's no door, just sort of an archway in the middle, and flanking this archway, there's stairs down and stairs up.
Okay. Good. I want to do a quick look at the doll just to see if there's anything weird about it or odd or something that's useful. Just
Okay.
investigation, I guess, or
Yeah, make an investigation.
insight. Nat 20. Wow. That's
You were
nice.
getting all the gnats today.
Only when it doesn't matter.
Well, it's matters.
It might matter. You don't know yet.
That's your total.
Way to assume.
Well, actually, it'd be 19 because I'm
Super dumb.
I'm at a negative
Yeah,
investigation.
I see.
So yeah, not really a 20.
What's the emphasis of that 20? So it didn't matter.
So you approach it. It doesn't do anything. It just kind of stands there. reminds you a lot. It appears to be a lot of wood and metal. It's not like hung on any kind of rack or anything like that. It's just like standing on its own.
Like a nimblewright?
It actually reminds you a lot of the construction similar to a nimblewright. It looks different. It's not the same, but it's a similar.
So it could potentially be like something to teach you dancing.
Maybe you're not sure.
Okay. That's the only thing I'm deducing.
Right now, it's
that
just sort of
might not right.
standing there, just sort of like it's got a painted face. It's dressed in like a gown, and it's just sort of like standing there.
Yeah, you want to see Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? I think I should like wind it up maybe. Kind of dance for me.
Do it.
Hi. Oh, chitty chitty bang bang.
I was thinking more when Dick Van Dyke was dancing with.
It's actually Penis Von Lesbian now.
Okay. Well, if that's that, I think I'm gonna walk out of the archway because you said are there stairs going down?
On either side of the archway, there's one set going down and one set going up.
Okay.
And the
I want to
archway goes
go.
somewhere else.
The archway, yeah, goes through down. It stays on the second floor and kind of goes.
Okay. I want to go downstairs.
You want to go down the stairs?
Yes.
All right. You.
Or
Start,
look, is there any guards like?
So you start downstairs and sort of look. You see it goes down and kind of goes to a landing and then turns. You see two guards at the bottom of the stairs, and you see the marble foyer that you had walked through earlier on the first floor. You see this, yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking I'm coming down those stairs.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to try to get by them by acting like I got drunk and lost.
Okay, make a performance check.
I'm going to
better be
use
good.
my wife's dice since she is
The actress.
the actress of the theater person. And 13 plus performance plus 16. Do we get a Tony?
You get an Anthony instead. It's painted on the back.
I was like,
It says made in China.
I drank too much wine because I had the wine glass, and I think I got lost. I'm with my friends Renier Emmer and the hero of Laszlo's, Matthias.
They turn around and they look at you and they're like, they don't seem to be fully buying it. They're not totally like, screaming and whatever, but they seem to be sort of like, they're a little suspicious, especially since, as far as they know, there's only two ways up there. One is through them, and they didn't see you go up. They're like, and then when you say Rainier never remember, they're like, wait a minute, you're not even supposed to be in the house. You're the one that Lord Castellan just said that needed to stay outside. How'd you even get back in here? Come with us.
They cut to the scene where they throw out Jazz from out of the mansion. Ah!
Yes.
He got kicked out of the same party twice.
So one of them escorts you back through the house. As you guys are coming into the reading room here,
What?
you hear heavy footsteps coming through the house, and you look behind you and you see Ariel with another guard being drugged by the arm through the house, and he pushes past you guys. He doesn't know who you all are, so doesn't realize,
Yeah.
And Rainier's not with you guys right now, so pushes past you, throws her back out this door,
Sorry.
and then he's like, "Stay out! Lord Castellantis says you're not welcome in the house anymore." And then he walks over to the guard over here at the staircase and is like, sort of smacks him up the side of the head and points back at you. He's like, "You idiot! You let someone upstairs. Keep a more vigilant watch." He's like, "Oh, sorry." Looks at you and realizes that you're the one that had just. He's like, now seems to be keeping a heavy eye on you.
It's a noble effort, but no.
That guard walks back past you guys again into the house. So, anyways, you guys walk into the reading room there.
You have the other bag of holding. You didn't think to stash it to one of us as you were being drugged by us, did you?
No,
Because you thought you were
because my wife keeps calling me and interrupting me from playing the game.
It's because you use your dice.
So,
It's Tony.
as you walk into this reading room, you guys see light would pour into this room if it were daytime. It's now night. But there are some sort of you see some like continual light torches and stuff like that, sort of like almost like tiki torches used to light the garden area outside. And some of that light, that firelight and continual light spells, sort of come through these windows, and it's sort of floor to ceiling window sunroom type thing. There's 4 tall bay
gonna phone
windows
this.
that look out into the butterfly garden, which is this area here. Furnishings include a luxurious armchair, a small side table with an empty wine glass sitting atop a small book, and the door in the northern wall, which has a butterfly-shaped stained glass peephole sort of in the center. That is pretty much all you see.
Right. Well, I want to go outside.
All right, yeah, you walk outside. Ariel's about 10 feet in front of you, having just been kicked out a second time. You're not sure how that happened, but
I don't talk to her. I walk past.
okay. You're out in the open gardens. The estate is larger than what I have here. Like it extends out this way and around over that way. I just have sort of the main bit here, but the grounds are large. There's lots of people out here. You would probably assume potentially maybe in the hundreds of people out here all throughout the gardens. You see there's pathways sort of not only leading around to the different buildings in the house, but also through different areas of the gardens and stuff like that around the landscaping.
I walk out too.
Okay.
Right. The building that's over here and the city guards guarding that.
Oh yeah, there's guards at every entrance to every building.
I want specifically. Well, first off,
between the coach house and that building, there is a stage that's set up. You see some minstrels playing.
Okay.
I want to take a moment to kind of put my eyes into the bird and just do a quick flyover. Does anything look different than kind of the flyover I did earlier in terms of
Just way more people.
way more people?
Way more people now.
Nothing out of the ordinary though.
No, it seems just like a pretty
Big party.
normal party going on right now.
All right.
A lot of people starting to get more drunk. It's a lot louder now. With the minstrel, more people. People starting to get intoxicated, laughing, giggling. You know.
The coach house. Do I see? Is there? So I know that there's 2 entrances. Are there? And then there's the big double doors that we saw earlier.
Yeah, those go out to the street outside.
Yeah. But do I see any like windows or airways up at the top that maybe something could fly through?
The coach house, no.
Okay. Is it just one? Is it just one story?
Yeah, the coach house is just one story. The other sort of smaller 3-story building has plenty of windows and things like that.
Okay. Anything open?
It's it's a warm summer night. Yeah, I imagine there's a number of windows open up there.
All right. I'm going to have the bird fly by and see, if there's one that looks into a room that doesn't have anybody in it.
Okay. On the second or third floor?
We'll go.
Third floor does not appear to have any windows.
Okay, then second floor.
Third floor, it looks almost like you can tell there is space on like a third floor, but it's not like it's like attic space or something like that. So, where the fuck is the description of those rooms?
It's right there on one of those pages.
Oh, here. Yeah, there's a kind of master. There's a kind of larger room. Looks like a master bedroom on the second floor. Canopy bed. Very nice furnishing, dressers. Sort of a makeup table with an oval mirror, nice oval mirror and stuff on it. Windows, a couple windows open. You can fly. There's nobody inside at the moment.
Okay. Is it a closed room?
There's a door. The door is closed.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So I can't do any searching around with Birdman.
No, it's just there's two doors out of this room, but they're both
Okay.
closed.
All right, who's around me?
I'm
who
still
ca-
inside. I stayed in
Okay.
the reading room.
Silas said he came out, and then
Okay.
Ariel was standing nearby as
No, I'm.
Yeah, like him, I think.
well. Eventually, you had said you were going to make your way out after everybody.
I'm the only one doing anything, so
My plan was to
Ignore me.
leave last just to like
Yeah.
obscure what everyone else is doing. If they're splitting up, I'm like,
Well, they all exited this way. Yar, did you go with them as well?
Yeah, eventually.
Well,
yeah.
actually,
Well,
you're sitting there
I'm kinda
opening
like-
bottles.
You're still in the bottles, and that's
Yeah.
why I stayed in the reading room, is so that we're not completely split. We're just strung between rooms right now.
The more like another one that you open is like this lengthy, long.
Yeah.
It's the Wolfgar and the Crystal. It's this long, like it's going on. It's like
Oh
this
my
long
God.
epic opera that's being sung, like blah, blah, and you're
So-
not sure how long this. But everyone's
I'm
listening.
like,
Like, oh, I love this, whatever. And you're like,
I'm gonna like, here, hold this for a second. I gotta like,
okay. They're like, oh, okay.
I'm watching it. I handed the bottle and the cork to somebody else, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is cool. Take a step back.
Start slowly stepping back.
Take a step back. I gotta appreciate this big scene.
Sure.
Take a step back further.
All right.
And as you get close to the door, I just kind of like.
Yep. Yoink.
Just outside.
Get outside.
You may as well walk. Everyone's sort of like
We made our way
enraptured
out.
by like these magical bottles. So,
And I pat you on the shoulder and it's
Oh,
like,
right.
thank you.
what else, is there anything else you want to do with the bird?
Well, in a minute, I'm gonna talk to Silas and kind of get to his ears. Like, yeah, I looked a little bit in the guest house. Looks like a guest house, but I could only see into one room. I still think maybe we should start looking in the coach house first. There's probably less people there, though it is still guarded. So, got an idea for a distraction.
Getting nowhere with this.
What?
To find a clue somehow.
I wanted to, when TK came out, try to the bag.
You want to do a sleight of hand and
Well, I can't do
deposit
any
the
of
bag
that
on his person?
stuff. But maybe motion towards,
I was
yeah,
about to say.
just hand it to you. Like, hold my bag, sir. I've drank too much today.
We've had to distract them if we want to get in there. Is there?
Okay.
Sir?
I've got an idea.
Food.
Oh yeah.
Like, can you just pick it up and eat it, or
Yeah.
like it's
Those
lines
all
of
those
stuff?
tables are just lined with food and drink.
I'm like, no.
It's basically just a big giant buffet. And as plates get emptied, you see cooks periodically actually come down these stairs up here. There's a door up here on the second floor on the balcony. You see them come out, go down these steps, and pull empty plates out and replace it with more food.
Those steps?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the ones that you went up.
Okay.
Yeah. That locked door that you first checked
Yeah.
seems to go into a secondary kitchen.
Okay.
Okay. So there's two doors there, and I'm guessing that one is kind of obscured or blocked off
Move
by the
the
fact that there's supposed to be a
camera to-
stage there.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. So really, just that one.
yeah.
That one.
Right.
And one guard in front of it?
2 guards.
Two guards. Okay.
Actually, for the coach house, probably just 1 guard.
Okay. All right. Answer me this. Not to meta too much, but I don't want to bog this down. I want to cause a distraction. I want the bird to fly down, kind of just ruffle around it, and then let him fly around the corner.
In the
See
middle
if
of the buffet tables. In the middle of the food.
Don't shit on the food.
That's a waste of a good
Al
chicken.
Starts flapping around his face, and he's like, "What the
And then
fuck? Ow!"
I do it, will it for a couple of seconds, and then have him just kind of fly around the corner, see if he'll chase him.
Bird
If they-
flies off and
If they do, I'm going to take advantage of that and try to sneak in there.
okay.
Sneak into the.
Into the coach room?
But only if they,
Shitting bird demons! Oh god!
but only if they go for the
Oh,
bait.
this one.
Sure.
I-
The bird
which
flies
one,
off. and
whichever one
flies
the coach
around.
house
As
is.
it starts to fly off, he pulls.
I don't know.
Looks like he's pulling out a crossbow to try to shoot at the bird. The owl manages to swoop around the corner before he can get a shot off. He just sort of like fucking crazy ass bird. And just kind of puts his crossbow back.
Crossbow back.
God, what the hell?
Alright. Alright, follow my lead. And I'm going to run over there and be like, hey, did you just see that big fucking bird?
He's like, yes, I saw it. It was right in my face.
Were you able to shoot at it? I saw your crossbow.
He's like, no, it's too fast. It flew around the corners.
It grabbed my bag. It had my gold in it.
That sucks.
Yeah, you shoot at it, try to shoot it. I think I saw it over there.
What
Make
if
a
it-
persuasion check.
What if it comes back for is another pass?
What if it comes back for more?
For dessert.
What kind of bird do you think this is? Like,
I don't know. Where's my
You know how these birds are in Waterdeep?
300
Yeah,
birdos.
11.
The birds thirst.
he's like, he sort of looks at you and can tell you're not really all that. I mean, you're well dressed, but not like nobly dressed.
Yeah.
He's just sort of like, he's like, I can't really leave my post. You know, I'm sure it probably wasn't that much. You'll be all right.
Well, that's my point. Like, I don't have a lot to spare.
You probably should run after it then.
Is it the same guard?
Oh my
Is it the
God.
Can I
same
borrow your
guard?
crossbow then?
It's the one that guard yelled at to go earlier.
Alright.
Oh, wait.
Plan B. I'm gonna stab you instead. No.
Sharpened toothbrush.
You guys have to stab anybody. You guys can go anywhere you want.
I was about to say, it's definitely not yours. It might be yours. He's not going to miss it.
Like I care.
First of all, why would you are? I'm a toothbrush.
I got one tooth and I take care of it pretty good. I
Toothbrush, not toothbrush.
Got it in my nightstand.
All right, so
Well,
what do you guys
Sammy
wanna do?
for
well, that didn't work. That didn't work. Okay. And are there any windows?
What now?
I walk around and look up. Are there any like open windows, doorways, or anything that is not in direct line of sight?
Well,
of...
the coach house is only one story. There's no windows. or
I already
Is
asked that
everyone's
one.
outside now?
something. Everyone's outside. Yeah.
Are there any windows on the first floor?
No, there's no windows on the first floor.
Okay, just the doors.
It's a two-story coach house.
No, it's a
No,
one-story
one-story.
coach house.
Okay.
That's for the
With-
third time.
With no windows.
With no windows.
for the fifth time.
And there's a stage here, so that door is really kind of
Sure
unacceptable.
about the window part, 'cause I do see now.
You can break the window open.
Performers,
Hmm.
if you're a performer, you might be able to use it.
Just tell them you're the hero of Waterdeep.
Yeah, I guess I could do that.
Ladies
You know,
outside.
I didn't think about
No.
Damn it.
I didn't think about that. I'm gonna take my mask off and pull my my hood back. He'd be like, well, would you consider maybe shooting at it for the hero of Waterdeep?
Make persuasion again with advantage.
God damn.
No.
Fuck
He's-
it. Hang on.
You know what?
I
I've
will
never
aid
done
him.
it before.
I will aid him.
I've
You already had advantage.
Yeah, I already had advantage.
Well, I'm the
I've-
hero of Waterdeep.
He looks at you and
man.
he doesn't recognize. He's heard of the hero Water, but he doesn't know the hero. He doesn't dare to know.
I've rolled like 15 times tonight under 10. Even
He's-
with
he's
advantage.
just sort of like, he's like, listen. He
Use
sort
this
of looks at you. He's like, you're the hero of Waterdeep. Sure, man. Whatever. He's like, look, if it's got your gold, it's at this point you're too slow. It's probably long gone with it. I'm sorry. He's like, maybe maybe you get lucky. Maybe you go let Lord or Lady Castellan know. Maybe they'll reimburse you.
There's not a. Yep, I'll. You know what? That's a great idea. I'll go tell them that there was a guard who was able to help me and refused to, and see if they could pay for it. So good idea.
Sure. Let him know I wouldn't leave my post. Appreciate it.
Well, what the fuck? I think the chair's about to break. Nope. I think
I
the
should
chair.
know what you're doing.
Oh God, but
Oh, maybe not.
Speaking of butt, pull up your shorts.
Moving everybody on stream. The stream is now rated M.
That
for
won't. It won't
what?
even be the most butt I have on stream.
Today.
Well, I have a different stream.
Alright.
None of this is working.
You're on stream.
I mean, unfortunately, you're just rolling like shit.
Well, I'm trying to pretend
when
like
is
I'm a
that?
bard and I have no applicable skills.
Huh?
When have we not?
Sometimes in combat,
Yeah.
we've done
Yeah.
There was
okay.
that
Just
one
start a fight.
session. There was that one session with
Yeah.
4
Yeah,
hours.
that's what he wants to
no
do.
combat. We all rolled 20.
That's
And we
true.
paid for it.
Yeah.
Still
Like
paying for
session
it today.
in combat.
So what's everybody? Anybody have any other ideas or things they would like to do?
I'm gonna go back to the food.
Once there's something to break, I'll break it.
You go over to food. There's lots of food to eat. It's really good.
I'm gonna walk over, find a glass of something, cause
Sure,
at this
yeah.
point, you know,
There's
I don't know what you
the
guys.
wine out here is not as nice as the wine as you had inside,
So I
but
take
it's still not bad.
I take a sip and I'm like, we need to go back inside.
Like it's not bad. It's better than you get in most, bars or taverns or whatever. But it's definitely not as good as the stuff inside.
No, Silas, you got any ideas? Because I am grasping at straws.
Offer them food. Offer them food. And then have the bar take it from them. I mean, you have something they might want. They can't leave their post because they have to stay there, right?
Maybe.
Surrounding walls of the estate of House Hall.
The only other option is
they're like,
setting off some fireworks.
10 feet tall.
Yeah.
It's
Wouldn't be
yeah,
a
it's
terrible
rich.
idea.
Or like,
They're stone.
I know stone, like solid stone, or like,
Yeah.
You know, I never asked, but on the inside, did we see anything that did he ever say like something that led down to a basement?
He never mentioned.
Did we see anything that he
only-
didn't mention?
Make a an intelligence check.
Oh, 9 or 10. God bless it. You're not helping.
You
don't have an
feel
identity.
like
I don't have a deception. Oh, see, there's 11.
he showed you pretty much the only two doors he did not point out to you were this one here, and there's one that went under the stairs. And those are the only two that you remember, but you're not sure. There's no inclination as to what they were. He literally didn't even bring them up, so there's no inclination as to what they could be or where they go.
let's go back and take one more look around.
All right.
Can I walk with somebody to a different door? Maybe the gates guards haven't all been told.
You could try. Although at this point, now that you've been kicked out twice, they're probably starting to. They've made the rounds, making a stronger point. Hey, you know that
Look
tiefling lady that's
Yeah.
walking around?
Look out for a tiefling lady!
Yeah.
Alright. Well, then you guys can go this without me.
Yeah,
What do we need to do there? So what if we try to get in while you guys are in the other's room? I'll stay with here. I'll stay outside.
All right.
Meet with her.
About this time,
yeah.
you guys see coming from the stairs on the balcony. You guys actually look at the balcony. You see a lot of people turn and look and whispers and pointing, and you see Lady Castelliner standing at the top, beautiful, long, also sort of a matching yellow and white gown, similar to the match her husband's attire that you saw. Her hair pulled back into sort of she's got long brunette hair pulled back into a bun that sort of has sort of wisps trailing off of it and bangs down the side of her face that frame her face. She is strikingly beautiful. And she smiles and sort of waves at everybody as she starts walking down the steps. As she does so, she says, "Guests, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody who is interested in turning up the heat on this summer night and having a bit more fun and revelry, we'll be beginning to have a few games and competitions, as well as beginning our auction very soon. All proceeds, of course, will be being distributed back to the common folk of the city of Waterdeep to fund various resources and programs to aid small businesses and people in need and such. So get your coin purses ready.
Mine's recently shaved.
She
Sound like a
she
short coin
walks
purse.
down the stairs, begins sort of shaking hands with everybody, like people well dressed, not well dressed. Sort of, she doesn't have any sort of masquerade mask on at all. Clearly, as the host, wants to be aware, everybody to be aware who she is. And she walks around, hugs lots of people, shakes hands, and begins mingling.
Babies.
Yeah.
Don't you have those?
I mean, there are no
Tail?
babies here really, other than
It's
her own
just
running
doing
around
the
somewhere.
mayor
But
And a cape.
um,
Have a cape.
but yeah, she
I'm assuming that your horns were
she
like
comes
big.
down and
I don't know.
not
I don't
long.
know what your character looks like.
I don't know if you guys are taking this opportunity, some of you to go back inside or what. Those of you who stay outside soon after see some people start bringing out some additional tables from the coach house and setting them up for these are the sort of some of these smaller round tables, sort of in that empty space over there. They begin having some. They're starting with a arm wrestling competition. Anybody can enter. There's you can throw in money. The winner is going to get the pot type thing. You can. Then there's going to be other games and things like that beginning there. So.
As they're opening up the doors from the coach house and they're bringing up the tables, can we look inside it?
Make a perception check. Disadvantage because it's not easy to like get a good view of
10.
a door. Huh?
10.
It
Any-
looks right now. You see the side of a coach.
I mean, I'm just
And-
looking to see if there's people inside it. Anything like that. If we were to get inside, are there people in there?
I mean, not that you can
Not
see.
that I can see. Okay.
You see the side of a coach and maybe and some draft horses,
Mhm.
and what looks to be a few crates and boxes and things like that. Tables that are sort of set aside, obviously, for being able to be pulled out and expand on the party.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go in and kind of meander my way
So
to.
you're going back in through here.
Yep, and I'm just gonna kind of meander my way. And what is this room?
That's the sort of dining hall.
Dining hall.
There's a,
I was gonna say I was
You're,
already planning
okay,
on
so
going
the
inside.
three of you, are you staying outside? And I know Yar said he is staying outside with Ariel.
I'm staying outside too.
Yeah.
I'll go inside. I'll give a nod to Yarn Ariel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want to see what's behind that door, but I'm assuming there's a guard in front of it.
There is no guard in front of it. Once you walk your way through, there's no guard in front of that door.
All right. Then,
Um,
well, I'm gonna talk to tell you guys like kind of block me. I'm pulling up my hood and putting my mask on, and I'm gonna try to sneakily.
There's a
go through.
lot of people in that dining room. A lot of people eating,
That's fine,
drinking.
but I'm not
talking.
gonna be make it look weird or anything. But I am gonna walk through it.
Okay.
And I'll stand like in front of the door and just try to like
Man block.
puff up as much as I can.
Man block.
I'll stand next to TK.
Make a
I'll-
stealth check.
Walk over to the tables.
I'll give
and-
you
Well,
advantage since people are trying to aid you.
And
I was gonna say I was gonna aid him by drawing attention. This
that'll
way.
be 19.
Just start chatting and
You
talking.
just sort of like start to creak open the door as TK is kind of blocking for you, and distractions are being made. You creak the door open, and quite a bit of sound comes kind of pouring at you. Pots and pans clanking, the sizzle of food and things like that. You see about a half dozen chefs running around to and fro. cooking up food, things like that. You see a staircase that goes upstairs. Some of the chefs are running up and down the stairs.
Okay, so this is a kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about that door?
Huh?
What about that door?
It's closed.
Okay. Potentially.
If you stand and look for a minute, you do see some people sort of come. Some of the chefs run in and out, and it does. They come out with some food and things like potatoes and stuff like that. Some salted meats and stuff. It appears to be a pantry.
Okay, then I'm just gonna walk back outside.
Okay.
Kind of let everyone know. Okay, well that was a kitchen. There is another door, but it's gonna be a lot. Potentially. There is another door out in the foyer underneath the steps, but
None of the doors in here are guarded in any way. The only guards are at the bottom of the stairs, try to keep
which
people
is
from
where
going
the
up.
other.
But that's where the other door is also. Yeah. But otherwise, you guys kind of have free reign to be able to kind of walk around
Okay.
on the first floor.
Well, that's the only other one. So, got an
Have we
idea.
seen the children again recently?
Let me see. I don't have anything good to.
I think everything I need to do is fucking charisma based, and I have none of it.
Who has charisma amongst
I would
your
imagine the
party?
paladin might.
Not as much as he did.
Your charisma is.
My charisma is 16, so it's +3.
Yep.
But I'm outside.
Yep.
Apparently, I don't have enough charisma to get
I'm a
back into the
+4.
building.
I know we've got barrels, both of us.
You have a +4 to your charisma,
I do.
and
So-
why the fuck am I talking?
I don't know. I didn't think about it.
My God.
All right.
Distract the guard with your womanly asses.
Aye.
I guess I could.
Go for Everett.
I just take a deep breath and sigh, and I basically I'm like, don't
gotta
let a
go to
good
that.
opportunity pass you by, and I walk over. I'm gonna try to distract the guard by talking to him and chatting with him.
There's
At
two
the
guards at
stairs.
the prison
I
stairs.
take two.
Hey, that's a confident woman right there.
I always wanted to be here.
All right, is
Every
anybody
guy's
gonna
crazy
assist me
for a
in
big
this
titty
in any way?
lady. Huh?
Anybody gonna assist me in any way?
I cannot be.
Yeah.
Yep, yep, I'm gonna just be the brar. Ah!
Hand bra.
Look at these.
Alright, I don't know
I'm
what
not
I'm
doing it
gonna
for
say
you.
exactly, but the whole whatever they seem to respond to.
Unless you really want
Give me
to.
some sort of general gist, because otherwise, I mean,
They're
you
about to
might-
gist all
you might
over you,
get
you know what I mean?
advantage or disadvantage based on how good or
You know,
bad
Mexican
what you
titties.
want to say is.
Alright.
To distract the guard.
Hmm?
To distract the guard.
I know.
You sure? Okay.
I'm not there.
No, I mean.
I don't
Coach's
know.
I
guard.
don't know, what do guards
No.
like to talk about?
Titties.
These.
They're
Garden, like, garden?
This is hobby.
Horticulture.
I mean, they are just people, so I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you think people would like to talk about?
The weather.
Potentially, I don't. It's really fucking hot out. Well,
Chickens and their attacking ability.
Hold on, I gotta look up
Yeah,
something while we're at it.
Man, it's really hot out there. It's not like, tugging at your dress.
It's so humid.
Let's earn some money.
What?
We're
Let's earn some money.
stand it. No,
Oh,
The
big
way I see it
about the
If we don't get in there and find out what's going on,
Sure,
we're
make,
just gonna leave. So
make a roll.
at this point,
Get
I can't do anything because I can't get in.
Modified
Get in
20.
where?
The
that
building.
building
Okay.
house.
Yes.
Wait. What?
And
would
what
this
if
be
it's not in
persuasion?
that house?
Use charisma.
You sure?
It wouldn't be in
Yeah,
the
just
servants'
be-
quarters,
right now
it
just be
wouldn't
a
in
flat
the coach
charisma
house.
check,
We've got
I'd say.
chairs in the coach
So-
house. It's too conspicuous.
Yes,
Too many
modified
circuits.
Well,
Has to be something.
it's not a
different.
saving throw, right?
No, it's not.
This
Safe.
matters.
So,
What are you?
Um,
I don't know. It could be. I think.
Being
I think
so
there's.
so,
It could be tunnel. If I was
I'm
doing
driving
it,
this long.
I could
I'm
tunnel.
okay,
over
an hour.
there.
That
Two
helps.
roads.
you got their attention. They're like, they sort of look at you and they sort of eye you up and down. And they're like,
You're an asshole.
I am an asshole.
yeah, and they're like,
The mask
it is-
cannot hide that.
they're like, yeah, wearing a bunch of thick armor on these humid summer nights can get a little chafy. Definitely look forward to being able to
Remove the layers.
Yeah, remove the layers, if you know what I mean.
We actually refer to these cod plate pieces as chafing dishes, if you know what I mean. Chafing dish with pigs in the blanket, yeah.
They're like they notice your
Franks
sort
and
of
beans.
Repulsed.
breastplate, sort of bodice dress, right? Sort of
It
bit.
blends in. It's a gown. Like it looks like a gown.
Right, but the
But
top
it does
portion
show
of
off.
right,
shows off
yeah.
the aspect.
The goods.
And they're sort of
The
like,
bears.
The bears.
Bears.
you know, something that the gown looks awfully nice on you, but I imagine it's also pretty tight, what with and uncomfortable in this heat as well.
It is.
Well, while she has got their rapt attention, I'm just gonna kind of,
Wrap her attention.
nonchalantly just inch my way closer to that door
They
and try to.
so they're literally like a foot from the door. They're almost
Oh.
like next to it.
Okay.
So like you start moving that way, they're very clearly like interested in her. But if you start moving towards that door, they're
It's
like
in their periphery.
yeah,
Okay.
they're sort of like their eyes shifting at you as you start walking over.
Okay.
And actually, as you start moving that direction, one of the guards kind of looks at you and is just like, looks at you and then looks sort of like at her, and he's just like,
It's like, get out of here, man!
"He's a cat."
Is there anything? Okay, so on these walls, is there anything on them?
No.
No pictures or anything.
After a couple moments of them sort of making a few hints at you, there's sort of like one of the guys is like, well, there's a lot of this house not being used right now.
Like, which areas of this house?
Oh yeah.
Are those-
Let me give you the tour. And the other one sort of like elbows him to the side and sort of like smirks, and he sort of like takes you by the hand and starts leading you up the stairs.
Ook her in the duker.
The one guard stays down there, but he is he turns and sort of like he's watching them go up with sort of like a grin on his face, and he's like make sure to come down and tag me in.
All right. Can I overhear that?
But so at this point his back is now, he's not paying attention behind him anymore. So
Okay.
you have an opening if you
That
want to make it quick.
that I'm going to try to make that quickly.
All right, so
Be
make
as-
stealth checks.
Yeah.
advantage.
So,
Now, I was about to say.
Advantage.
I'm gonna walk over towards the guard. Sure is hot tonight.
I got nice
Man.
for stuff.
Okay.
That was 18 on the stealth.
That was the best.
Please.
What did you get?
18.
Oh,
Alright, so as you go up the steps, so he's sort of facing, staring up the stairs at them, and as he starts to turn back around, you sort of stop him from turning to see them moving quickly behind him, and sort of stopping, he's like, and saying that, he's sort of like, he's just sort of like taken back and like,
Sure hope I do not get rusty.
he's just sort of like,
The Crushinator is a woman you have to like romance.
he's like,
Death by snoo snoo.
I didn't even think that you could feel the temperature.
Absolutely. I've had to stay on guard in conditions like this before. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. Anyways, you guys,
Talk about the weather for the next hour.
Oh,
managed
yeah.
to slip through the door. I mean, let me make a roll, but I'm pretty sure he's not. Yeah, there's no way. So you guys managed to slip through the door, through and quickly, quickly but quietly pull it closed behind you. And yeah. What is that? So there's a
Where's the have this place?
Waka waka waka. What? No. That's where I draw the line, Fozzie Bear.
There's a staircase that starts to begins to sort of spiral down and then
Okay,
straightens
so
out
maybe
and
it is
heads down into a cellar, which is not that uncommon for a place like this. You imagine they probably have a wine cellar or something for storage, whatever.
You two both have the bags, so you have all the weapons. Oh
Yep.
wait, you had the
Wait.
weapons, and then you didn't get down there, right?
Like, then what do you have?
I
He
gave mine
passed
to TK.
TK,
Wait, so, but you have a bag.
he has
I
a
do
bag.
have
What's in
My
your...
things are in his bag.
Okay.
My stuff's in the bag. Her stuff's in the bag.
I didn't pay
So
attention
you
to
can
where
hit-
mine was,
So
so...
hit stuff in your butt. I don't know.
Well,
Roll
then,
dice.
let's say I'll say
I was about to say,
The other.
even
evens you've got it, odds he's got
Yeah.
it. Odds he's got it, but I've still got my daggers, so
Right. Okay.
Those were in my butt. So at least I have that going for me,
Yes.
which is nice.
Yes.
But I am going to have to ask you to help me retrieve said dagger.
Felt
It's
this watch
stuck
for
to the
5
fur.
years.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Can you
we're
get me
friends, but not.
Maybe it's aid me.
Hey,
Assist me trying to get in
so
one of
as
the
they
doors.
head down, you guys outside, like I said,
try.
they're starting to do a arm wrestling tournament. Do you guys want to try to enter or throw in on some bets or anything like that? There's some people who are trying to get in to try to win the pot. People are throwing, as you enter, you have to put up a little bit of money, and then whoever wins will get the pot. There's other people that are like, yeah, I'm not going to do that, but also they're wagering, starting to bet on who the
All right,
winner's
all
going
right.
to be and things like that.
I'll put a wager on somebody. Just I don't care who. Just
You
kind
also,
of thing.
you also
I'll-
notice that as this is kind of happening outside, and these events are kind of starting to happen, more and more people are funneling from inside the house out into the courtyard area. So like the house is getting
So they're coming out of
At more and
these
more-
rooms.
yeah.
They're coming out of that door over there.
Right.
Coming out all the doors. As the people are walking around, Ariel and I are going to end up taking a stroll around the gardens while all this stuff is starting to happen. Not necessarily before, or maybe before all the arm wrestling stuff actually begins. And I'm like, I could really use another glass of wine. You want some wine? Let's see.
Are you trying to go back inside
I'm gonna try and go back inside
from this
from
door
that
over
door
here?
right there, because I think that's the door we actually entered from to begin with, right?
No, you entered from the front
that's
door
right,
that's
from over
over
there.
here off.
Okay.
off.
And I know it's guarded. I'm sure
It
there's
is.
people.
It's just by one guy though, because it's kind of away from where most of the people
Yeah.
are, and stuff like that. So it's just kind of one dude.
Ba- I'm gonna be like, hey, can we pass through here real quickly? We're part of the
okay.
the Never Ember
As you walk up, make a perception check.
perception check. That's 17
Just
plus
you?
5. You want to make a perception check too?
Both of us? Or?
Well, one of you, the other one, you can have advantage if you're both. Whoever wants to roll it can have advantage.
I've got a
rolled
17 plus 5.
Then I give you
Okay.
advantage.
Now you
Okay.
roll again.
Good. Because that was terrible. That's
So
10.
23.
23.
So the guard is sitting. So this part of the garden, there's this dirt path that kind of heads up to the door, and it's sort of humid day. It's a little muddy. The guard here is sitting on looks to be like an empty crate or something like that. Muddy shoes from sort of getting in the area. And this is the mud room. It's designed like if people going gardening and
Right.
stuff like that, and you go that way. You take off all your muddy clothes in there before going through the house. And he's just kind of sitting there. You notice that he's got kind of his head slumped.
It's tired.
At first, you think maybe he's just tired. It's getting late, But as you get closer, you do notice he's asleep, but he's like, he's like
He's passed
out,
the F
out.
out.
He's not
Medicine
just
check?
tired. He's like
Yeah.
out.
Did somebody clock
Try-
him out
try
or
to-
spill
Yeah, make a
his
medicine
sleep?
check.
That would be 16 plus 23. Medicine check?
Yeah, you actually see a glass of sitting next to him. It's actually on the ground in front of him. It's partially broken, and there is a little remnant of liquid in it, and you actually see on his lips they're a little purple with wine. And when you sniff this little bit of remnants in the glass. You know from experience that this man was drugged. There's something in this wine that knocked him out.
And this wine is being served?
You have no idea.
Okay. No, it doesn't look like the same glass.
You don't, nobody else. No, this looks like the wine is being served out here.
Okay.
But
nobody
I mean,
else.
you haven't seen anybody else pass the fuck out
okay,
all over the
okay.
place. I mean, it's
Well,
Let's go inside.
sneak, kind of like just step over the dude or step around the dude.
Yeah.
And we go inside
He's
the
not
mudroom.
waking up.
No, we're not waking those up.
no, he's
Yeah.
out.
All right. So we're inside the mudroom. I'm like, stomp off my butt.
Okay. Make another perception check.
Mind the rug.
And the
You make a roll?
You give me advantage?
Yeah, I'm giving you advantage.
God. 9 plus 16.
All right. There's a number of sort of like raincoats up on hooks, some muddy boots and things like that. One thing stands out though that definitely seems out of place. There is a crumpled on the floor in the corner. Is a very nice gown.
Like,
Where is this? I'm sorry.
this is in the
No,
mudroom up there, or over there.
Okay.
How nice are we talking here? We're talking
I'm
expensive
talking
myself?
like very
Did
expensive
it look
silks with like embroidery and silvered threads and
It's not what Lady Castleberry was
no.
wearing.
No, you saw Lady Castlelander's out there cheering.
Yeah.
for
Oh, she's
people
still out there.
and
Okay,
stuff
yeah.
like that.
Okay,
No.
cool. All right. That's
She's also
odd.
wearing yellow. This is actually pink.
Pink?
Okay, pink.
Yeah.
Pink and white.
Princess
and
Peach.
purple.
She
Pink
is
and
in a
silver.
different castle.
That's right. She's in this castle.
All right, that's kind of odd.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody will,
Gown is like white.
maybe was.
To go
Okay.
through
All right. Well, where to from here, bud? I mean, I don't know what you. I mean, I think they're going in the other. They went in the other side, so maybe
Well,
we
let's
could
see how
go
far we can
around.
get before you get kicked out again.
You like to do that, don't you?
Okay.
All right, well-
I still have my. I'm gonna pull my hood up and mask on, of course. Maybe they won't notice me as much.
Big horns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but,
No, that's the thing I was wondering. Is like, does she have big horns or small horns? I don't know. It doesn't matter really.
well, I think the males have the bigger horns.
That's not necessarily.
Giggity, but that's not about that. So where
Did
you
we
guys at?
did we know when Yar was in this room earlier? Did he know where that door went, or did he?
I mean, when,
'Cause I remember this
when
one was-
Castlellander brought you into the library, he pointed at that door and said, "That's the mudroom."
Oh, okay, all right. So,
So you know that one of the doors leads into
I
the
think
library.
I think that way goes to the library.
Well, okay, I haven't been in there, so.
Yeah, I mean,
You have been you're dragged through the library, but
Oh,
Oh,
was
We
I?
were
Okay,
in the
I don't know.
library when you insulted
Oh,
me.
I thought it was.
No,
I thought we were
I
in the
thought
other
I
room.
thought
right,
she was
right,
right there.
right, okay.
Oh, that's right. They did. They
And I
pull
thought
you
they
in
would have
there.
drugged me. I guess that's
There's
what
a
they
there's
could
a
have done.
I think there's a door and that goes that way.
Okay, I don't know.
All right.
I just did a 1, 19, 1, 19, 1, 19.
That
That's
guy
the
needs
date.
to
What
go
is
to jail.
wrong with you?
roll a 1 and then wait until you need to roll it again.
What the shit is
Um,
wrong with this dice?
Let's go.
It's
to-
evenly
let's-
weighted.
You go in first, and then if there's nobody, if there's no real guards, I'll follow behind you.
Yeah. I'll go.
So-
I'll go into the library first, and if
All right,
there's
so
no
you go
rooms,
to the library. There's not really too many people in here anymore. There's maybe 2 or 3 people sort of
Right.
chit-chatting. They've put the bottles away at
okay.
this point.
All right.
A lot of them seem to have exited. Like I said, you've seen people kind of slowly exiting
Heading-
out
yeah.
to watch the stuff and kind of the raffle that's getting ready to start and things like that. So a lot of people are starting to exit the house proper. There's still a couple stragglers. They're just
Right.
chit-chatting, talking, sipping
Right.
on wine,
Yeah.
eating some food.
My idea is to unsplit
There's
the
no
party.
guards or anything in there. The only guards on the first floor are the ones that were by the stairs.
Okay.
So the stairs where we've been like over here, the ones that
Uh,
arrested you, right?
The
Yeah.
ones that are right here, which is where TK is at the moment.
Ah, gotcha,
Right.
gotcha.
Which, by the way, eventually the guy's like, "All right, listen, man. I gotta man my post here. I can't be just, feel free to mingle or whatever you do. I don't know if you drink or eat or whatever, but go have fun or something."
Something.
Talking to you is quite
And
enjoyable.
he keeps sort of like looking back up the stairs, sort of like.
I just kind of look around, shrug my shoulders, and wander off.
Okay.
Thought we were having fun. Goodbye. Engaging sadness.exe.
I am
What was the guy from Scrubs? The guy that was always just sad and monotone.
Oh, the lawyer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was
it's
it
Ted,
Lloyd?
yeah.
Ted, yeah.
I'll wander off to like the other end of the hallway.
So over there, so that goes. You got the door that goes into the entry hall. There's also the
Door that goes to the study.
sunroom, and there's also the room to the office, the study, or the office, not study, the office.
Are all the doors open?
They're unlocked. They're not
That's the
open,
office
but
door,
like
right?
they're not guarded, or you're free to walk about or whatever.
I'll just go to the end of the hallway and then just kind of like stand by myself.
Alright. Can we.
You guys exit into the library, no problem.
All right. So,
You go in the hallway?
I mean, I can go in the hallway, but I think they're
Okay.
gonna notice you.
Yes. Yes.
So
Well,
let's
maybe
not go
wait.
in the hallway.
No,
Hang on.
we want to regroup the party.
Well, I
Right.
mean, you could.
But we're gonna
you-
get kicked out
you-
again soon.
you
we
can
don't-
try
I have something I want to try to do. It's a little stallingish, but I'll do it.
A little stalling.
That sounds wonderful, Glenn.
Nothing
Okay.
can go wrong here.
Nothing can go wrong here. Yeah.
Everything's gone right so far.
For me, yes. This is exactly how I planned it.
All right. So, are you going into the?
I'll go into the hallway.
All right. So you go into. You see TK standing on one side of the hall, and a guard standing at the foot of the stairs on the other side of the hall,
Right.
and they're just kind of
I'm like,
awkwardly staring at each other.
Is there
did I interrupt something here? I can come back another time. That'll be all right.
Hold on. Let me
Is
jump.
there anyone
all right.
else?
So Ruby,
Oh, okay.
you've been drug upstairs.
We're upstairs.
First, at the top of the stairs, you see the ballroom with the weird, creepy mannequin thing that I described earlier.
So I pretend to fake squeal of, ooh, what's this? And then, yeah.
He's
I'm gonna
just
look
kind
at
of,
it.
He's
like,
trying to already take
he
you to
just
the ballroom.
dismisses and he's like he dismisses and is just sort of like
What's
it's
this
just
for?"
a
Rape doll.
training doll. It just teaches you how to dance,
Piercing damage.
you know, or whatever.
I'm like,
You know,
"Do you
something
know
something
do you
rich
know how
people
to
do.
dance?"
He's like
Then Carol's supposed to
mostly
trust
just the
play.
horizontal mambo, if you know what I mean.
I love it. Sounds like crab walking tape.
horizontal italiano, mambo.
And all of a sudden, Carol's whisper starts to play.
I'm never
Um,
gonna dance again. That would have been a great response. You want to learn how to dance? No, I'm never gonna dance.
Yeah.
Got 2 feet, but I ain't got no
Um,
rhythm.
You got some guilty feet. I have to rhythm, man.
No, I'm not a fool. Should have known
Uh,
better than to leave a friend down the stairs. To fuck
So-
this girl while he's been guarded.
He tries to take you through. There's an archway sort of right around the corner from the stairs. He kind of tries to like sort of drag you back into this archway, sort of by the hand. He got you by the hand.
This guy's thirsty, man.
He's like back here is it's nice and there's it's a banquet hall that occasionally the Lord and Lady use. A nice
A
big
banquet hall?
Let me take you to
long wood table back here.
my hobbies are unconventional.
Are there?
Except the dungeon actually is a dungeon with monsters and traps in it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you're Mr. Gray.
So, are you allowing him to drag you back there, or
I keep pausing and like asking questions and intentionally playing
Sure.
the damsel.
Okay.
I'm
Hello.
gonna make him work for it. Not that he's
Sure, I mean,
I'm gonna make him work
you
for
can
it.
tell he's getting a little
Irritated?
irritated and frustrated, but he's also like,
Like hot chick.
yeah, he's like, whatever I gotta do, like, shut up, let's go. Eventually, he drags you into this room, this long banquet table with probably 24 chairs around it. You see a huge, like, treasure chest sort of in back corner. And there's a door nearby off to your left, and you can kind of hear the clattering of pots and pans through on the other side of that door. So that sounds like the upstairs kitchen through there. he sort of presses you up against the table and sort of leans in for a kiss. Do you try to stop him or anything? Or?
I dodge.
Okay. He's like, hey, what gives? I thought you were into this.
Is there a window nearby?
No, you're in the interior of the house.
The very interior.
Yeah, you were in the very interior of the house. You get by design.
Yep.
Yeah, it's supposed to.
The only exits are through that kitchen and back the way he just brought you.
Sure.
Alright. So he tries
Because
again.
there's no way for me to get out of this without drawing too much attention.
Yeah.
I don't know what they've accomplished.
Sure. He gives you a kiss. It's sloppy, kind of gross.
Ooh, God, he's
Starts
a
throwing
mighty
his hands
paladin.
across you.
And then I'm like, I could use a drink.
When you say that, he kind of
Morphs.
very kind of you start to sort of move. You're like, I could use a drink or whatever. And he grabs you and sort of like very sort of aggressively sort of like pushes you back against the table, and he's like, I'm pretty sure you've had enough. And he's sort of kind of getting very aggressive with you at this point. Is anything that you...
At this point, I just get very quiet and I look very close at him, and I'm like, no, I think you've had enough.
Are you going to do anything?
Depends on what he does next.
Well, he just sort of, you see him kind of, he's like, what? He's like, you bitch. And he starts to bring his hand up like this. As soon as he does, though, you just hear a sigh from a dark corner of the room, and then you just hear, and blood splatters across your face from his mouth.
He's spitting blood on you.
You see a rapier sticking through his neck.
That's not
So,
good.
without seeing who it is, I was like, oh, good.
He just sort of collapses to the floor in front of you.
And then who do I see?
Out from the shadows steps a thin, sort of short female figure
Alright, start.
with a black hooded cloak, sort of violet, pinkish trim around the edge of it, running down, black leather gloves that come up above the elbow that are sort of a thick, rugged leather.
Actually, yeah, it
with
does sound kind
sort
of
of
like
like a
that.
spiky design to it, like almost looks like dragon scale made out of like leather. A tight purple and pink, dark deep purple and pink laced bodice with a sort of satchel, shoulder satchel around. Tight gray pants and black boots. She sort of walks over. Oh, she also has a mask that sort of just goes around her eyes, and when it gets to her nose, sort of droops down. There's a black mask that covers around her eyes, and then droops down like this. She walks over and sort of pulls the rapier from his neck and is like, shit, I was in your dress.
I simply nod. And it's like, it'll
See all the way up the sides.
She's-
The legs.
She's like, she kind of like wipes the rapier off on the guard, sheaths it back. It's a very, very ornate hilt guard on it. A finely crafted blade, and she's just sort of like, you're. She sounds young, not like child young, but maybe late teens, early 20s. And she's like, you are a way too pretty a woman to be slumming it with these guys.
I kind of stick my boot on him and like, he's a distraction. And kind of roll him over.
She laughs and she's like, oh. She's like, well, I guess, thanks then. And she sort of like skips off into back towards the ballroom.
Before she leaves, before she gets too far, I'm like, do you need help with anything?
You interrupting blind too?
I smile and I walk over towards her very, very quietly. And I'm like, I have more than a tale and a half to tell. Would you like some help?
Guess. I mean, you don't look very stealthy though.
I smile. I'm like, wings aren't stealthy.
Yeah, that's my point. She's like, I kind of been doing this for a while and pretty good just kind of getting in and out on my own. I mean, I appreciate the offer.
Alright, if you're planning to empty out every coffer they have, you
I mean-
can't carry it.
Well, listen, I'm not going to be able. Yeah, Castellaners are filthy rich. I can't possibly take it all. That's not the point. The point's just,
How about a dragon's hoard?
Dragon's Sword. I definitely don't think I can carry that.
I know, but that's what they've stolen.
They stole a Dragon's Sword?
It does seem to be that way. That's what we're looking to find. Is if they have it, if they've been used.
She sort of like leans in such a way so that like her hilt of her sword is sort of attached to her side.
Your hilt is digging into my hip.
Well, the scabbard rather of her rapier sort of dangles off her hip, and she sort of rests so that it's literally propping her up.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, I'm interested. What do we know?
We know that the entire cavern that was guarded by a dragon was supposedly emptied by Neverember himself. But every evidence has castle lantern signatures on it.
Okay. I mean, do we know where it is here? I mean, what? Pretty ballsy of you to come when there's, hundreds of people all over and guards galore.
Well, they've already tried to kill us twice. Maybe did the stealth way.
Okay. You definitely aren't very good at stealth.
I chuckled. It was like some more than others.
Well, I'll tell you that I've kind of gone around and checked the bedrooms. She sort of like jingles her bag. You hear like metal clanging around and stuff. She's like, got some good silver and a few stray gold coins and whatnot.
And here, I sigh in the middle of her saying, I was like, that means Matthias is heading in the right direction. I look over and I'm like, well, it better work.
She's like, upstairs is, well, I don't know. I don't know what you're looking for exactly other than a dragon's hoard. I know there's no dragon's hoard upstairs, but... She's like,
I smile and I was like, well, there's another god to occupy, except I can't use him to swap them. as I, toe him in the guts.
She says, I do, I will say that, some strange vibes from upstairs.
Where?
Just, I don't know. There's more than meets the eyes up there. I'll tell you that much.
Transformers.
She's like,
Optimus Prime.
it gives me the creeps a little bit. I just took what wasn't held down and decided I would start making my way out when I saw that maybe I wouldn't let some
Cybertron is upstairs.
disgusting man take advantage of a beautiful lady. But, I don't know, there's something not right.
Thank you, Stanbush.
She sort of also extends her hand. She's like, you can call me the Black Viper.
I smile and I take her hand and I was like, the important people call me Ruby.
It's a pretty name for a pretty lady.
Alright.
Is there anyone in the foyer?
I
So-
go
Besides the
to-
guard, I mean.
So there's the guard and TK.
Okay.
So I'm like, so if I introduce you to a
Yeah,
friend
cat's
of
no
mine,
person.
could you
Yes.
show me where
And then
this space is
Drag him
not quite
downstairs to
right?
the cell and beat the shit out of him until he knocks out.
Yes.
Well, don't
Okay.
be alarmed, but there's this hideous tiefling that is clever enough to detect things as they should not be.
Okay. I mean, sure.
Yes, I can't do hideous.
Yes, I am hideous.
All right, real quick, back down to so Yar and Ariel. You guys are sort of what do you guys do? I know Yar, you walked in, you saw TK and the guard staring awkwardly at each
I'm
other.
like, can I do,
Distract
there's something
him
going
from
on here. I can come back later. It's okay.
The guard's just like shrugs.
Okay. All right.
Just bored.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to that.
So
How do you want me to keep him distracted?
I step out into the foyer and
It's me again.
hi, it's me again.
Hello, darkness.
Oh, are you saying that?
No,
Oh, okay.
does he recognize me?
You said you have your mask and your hood up and stuff
Yeah.
like that, right? He seems just kind of like he seems distracted. He keeps looking back up over his shoulder upstairs and stuff like that. He doesn't seem to be taking a really strong look at anybody right now, so you're fine at the moment.
So the idea is, I already told you, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to cast Hold Person on him.
Okay. What's the DC?
So Wisdom DC, and he needs to make a 15.
16.
He is held.
Okay.
I'm like, I didn't really think you were gonna do anything about that.
TK, let's take this guy downstairs for a little talk. Okay, so that's the plan. That's the move.
Well, my plan was to come get Ariel, so I don't know that she's
Okay.
downstairs. I was going to come downstairs.
He's paralyzed, so
to
he can
get-
carry him.
You start heading downstairs. The Black Viper's kind of
Yes.
stays upstairs.
Yeah, no, I.
He's immobile. He cannot move.
And you walk down and
Pick him
And I
up
find-
carry
you
him
find
while
them
I cancel
discussing
the spell.
this.
He can still talk.
And I'm like,
This is why we can't
Princess of
dawdle.
Hell, I need your assistance.
Well,
I'm
TK
pointing
wouldn't
at Ari-
know
Ari.
anyway, so
Eh,
What? Okay, you're not gonna do it.
Ariel,
I
Ariel.
didn't say I wasn't gonna do it.
Okay.
In the middle of whatever you guys are talking, I don't care where you are in the conversation. I'm like, Princess of Darkness, I need your help.
Little busy.
Not as busy as you could be.
So if is anyone gonna help me
Ariel,
grab
I'm
this
like-
guy into the other room?
I mean, I'll pick him up. Are you going up or are you
We're going
down?
down into the
Okay.
cellars.
I
Um,
walked down the stairs.
As
I want to
as
follow
you start
the rest.
walking down the stairs and you guys are
Because-
arguing, he goes, draws his sword, and he's like, "Gods! I need additional help! We have infiltrators! I don't know what they're up to!" All of a sudden, you start hearing screams, and there's other people in the house. Screams, and people are like, "What? Oh my god!" Commotion starts breaking out. Other guards start running into the house.
I have to
I
know
Rush.
where you thought that was a good idea.
I
like-
thought they would listen and take him into the cellar, and we could beat the shit out of him and knock him
But
out.
Hold Person doesn't shut them
It
up.
does not.
Well,
As soon as
I
you
had him
damage
shut
him.
up, but 6
He was
seconds went by.
paralyzed.
I rolled another saving throw. He broke out.
Like,
Well, I mean,
He saves every 6
hang on,
seconds.
hang on.
it's-
If there was, I'm trying to put this two and two together here. If there was enough time for a second saving throw,
should we have rolled initiative? Maybe, I don't know.
Why?
So we could have actually acted. If I said TK grab him and take him downstairs, he could choose not to do anything, and that's his turn.
But he.
This was allowed comment though.
okay.
Well, as soon as I cast,
Yeah, but this
Whole
is not
person,
combat
it's
round.
combat.
He's right about 6 seconds.
Lucky we're not fucking around.
Like, I mean, I sat there and waited to hear if anybody was going to do anything.
I was just more surprised
You
that it
guys
actually
were arguing
worked.
about what you were going to do, so I said,
Well, that was
all right,
out of game,
1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000.
Yeah, further how the spell works.
And then I rolled again.
Okay.
Alright, so at this point, I'm just gonna go back upstairs. I'm just gonna be like, whatever.
All right, I'm tackling the guard. Here we go.
I
9.
have no idea what to do.
I mean, you could stand there and act like you're not a part of this shit and let them just take aerial. So far, the only person that
I've tackled the guard.
Okay.
You can run up
Make an attack roll.
I
Make
did.
an athletics check.
I did. It's not very good.
He also didn't roll very good, so.
So athletics check would be 11.
Well, you're drunk.
All right. Well,
12,
you
actually.
tackle him.
All
So
right.
there's you guys hear a clutter of armor and body smash against the stairs and roll down the ground.
This is what you want. Well, now what are we doing?
Okay,
Well,
now I
Well, you
follow
guys have
you
already
into the
walked down
stairs.
it at this point.
I follow you into the stairwell.
Wait, did I count? Did I fall down the
they're
stairs?
no, they didn't. You tackled him into the bottom of the stairs, and then you're not going to stay put at an angle, so you kind of rolled and toppled down. Now you're lying. You're both lying. You're grappling him
Okay.
prone at the foot of the stairs.
Okay.
As I get hit to the top of the stairs, my plan was to whisper as loudly as possible. Clever Viper should hide.
You don't even see her right
Yeah,
now.
no.
Like
I just
the minute like
say it.
there was a clang,
Yeah.
she's like
She's like,
Yeah,
nope,
yeah.
done. And I was like, Clever Viper. I just say that as I head.
right. All right. Before we get into this, let's see what Matthias and Silas have been up to.
We're all gonna die today.
So you guys go.
You all are gonna die today.
It's like in the next 15 minutes, probably.
I'm going to truck driving school.
I'm driving a truck, driving a big
So
old truck.
as you head downstairs, the air gets colder and colder. It's quite chilly down here, as you would expect any good cellar to be. However, there's not much grime or dust or anything like that on the walls or floors. It seems to be immaculately kept. You exit down the stairs into a 15 by 20 foot room that directly to your right is a sort of archway that leads down a 10 foot by 20 foot hallway into another archway in another room. It's dark down here though, you can't see all too far. It's dimly lit with sort of like, sconces, but you can't see into the next
Alright.
that room at the end of the hallway.
All right. We need to be very, very quiet.
All the shit hasn't started upstairs yet at this point.
Okay.
So
So there's we're in a room. There's only one archway going in one direction.
yeah, so the room sort of opens up to your in front of you and to the left, and then directly to your right there's an archway with a 20-foot long hallway.
But there's nothing else in this this room.
Not really. It's just like there's some barrels and
It's not anybody else down here.
no.
Can we
else,
look? Can we quickly look in the barrels and see if there are maybe other torches or something in there?
Sure. You could make an investigation check.
No, I don't.
It's only 8.
It seems to be mostly.
We're fucked.
It seems to be mostly barrels of wine
Okay.
and things like that. You
Alright.
know, finding-
I might actually have something. Well, anyways. All right. Well, I'm going to. Huh? It's only like 10 by 15
It's
or 10 by
15
20.
foot by 20 foot, and then to your right is a 10 foot by 20 foot hallway.
All right, I'm going to kind of get up against the wall and just slowly creep my way kind of in the darkness.
So you're trying to stay stealthy?
Yeah,
Make a
I'm-
stealth check.
All right, and I do get advantage on all of them. Well, thank the gods, 18.
Okay. Alright, make a stealth check. Ooh, got 20. Very good. Alright. You slowly make your way. Okay. You slowly make your way down the hallway. And once you get close enough, and some of the torchlight from that room sort of starts illuminating, you see that the far wall is lined with 30 casks of wine, and a faint draft comes from the south end of the wine cellar. But right now there's just a wall. When you look to the south, it's just a wall, but you feel like a draft.
All right, I'm going to. Do you feel that? We need to make our way I'm going to, again, get hugging the wall, very carefully start going that way. Do I see anything besides those casts? Can I take a second to try to...
Make an investigation check.
No.
Nothing else
Okay.
really stands out. You do get, you're obviously trying to be quiet. You know that there's, getting caught down here could be bad just in general, but as you get into this larger area, this larger wine cellar, which is, by the way, 20 foot wide and about, from north to south, about 10, 20, 30, about 40 feet long. It's a large room. You feel really uneasy in this room. There's a sense of foreboding and an air of, oh shit, I don't know what it is, but I don't like this room.
I don't like this room. I was afraid you'd say that.
Do you want to also make an investigation check?
Sure. That is going to be 10.
Yeah, it's exactly what you need. You notice on the south wall a very, very faint, almost like it's worn, but this outline of that silver chalice with the sun blazing upon it, like sort of painted on the wall that seems old and worn, almost worn entirely away. But you notice it, and when you place your hand against the symbol of the sun on the chalice, and you press, the wall slides away.
Oh shit, son.
Sounds interesting. That's cool.
There's nothing good behind walls like this. Never. Alright. Let's...
Yes.
Alright, so when the door opens, what do we immediately see?
Okay. As soon as the thing fades away, you see sparkles of light all over the room. There is stacks of silver trade bars. Just stacks of them. There's also large sacks about the room on top of some of the stacks of trade bars, the floor, stuff like that. Large sacks that seem to be full of something. You're not sure what. But they are large. There's also in the far back of the room a staircase.
Do we think that this is the Horde?
There is
look
there is
taller,
approximately, if you were to guess, you would think there might be 1,000 sacks in this room on top of stacks of silver trade bars.
So previous question is answered yes.
You think if those sacks are full of coin, that could very well
I'm going
be.
to go to the closest one
Yeah, is there a way to
and
check
feel
one?
it.
No, like-
Can I feel it?
It feels like coins inside.
Loktar Ogar, it is the Horde.
Did you see the new cinematic?
Yes.
Is there a way to check one on the inside without like too much more fuss or ruckus?
Yeah, I mean, you sort of just pull it open a little bit, and it is full of gold and
Yeah,
platinum
gold that is.
and silver and
That's true.
Are there any sconces in here?
no, there's no torchlight. There's nothing in here in terms of. So the only light you kind of have is a little bit kind of fading in from the.
All right, but we don't see
Torch in the
anything.
room.
We can't.
You see a staircase in the back, and all the just tons of money.
All right. Can I? This is probably a bad idea.
Stairs go up.
No, the staircase.
Well,
it was
the
down.
problem. So
Oh,
the
there
problem
was-
is neither of us
there.
can fucking see down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like
You're kind of fumbling around. Like you're basically. You can see about 10 feet into the room just from the torchlight in the room behind you.
yeah.
But and
10 minutes.
Stealth.
Like,
It takes-
what form doesn't get dark?
I was about to say to
Some
if I,
more levels later.
to unsummon and resummon a familiar is 10 minutes, right?
no, if you wanted to change its form,
No, I want
Yes.
him to
it's instantaneous.
that fucking bird.
Okay.
Bird.
All right. All right, I'm going to, grab onto Silas and say, "Give me a second." And I'm going to look through the bird's eyes. I'll have it on my, have it on my arm, but take a look.
So down the staircase?
Well, no, just in the room first because he has night
Oh,
vision.
okay.
I don't.
You see clearly. Well, I say clearly. It's
The
all
rain is
black.
gone.
It's all black and white.
Yeah.
But you see probably just stacks of large bags of coin, huge stacks of silver of these trade bars. The room is basically the only path to the staircase down is just a narrow, like 2-foot wide path that you have to walk through, sort of pushing around sacks of coin.
Does the bird see any person or... Okay. Not as bad of an idea then. I'm going to look down the... I'm going to find an empty spot on the floor, and I'm going to create bonfire, so that now there's light.
Okay. There's...
So now you can see, it's not just me.
He sets the gold on fire. Oh my god!
No, that's why I said they're a clear spot. Like,
yeah. And he can more or less control it.
Yeah.
So, the room's illuminated by firelight. It's more money you've ever seen in your life.
Now, the trade bars, do any of them have like a smelter stamp or some sort of insignia that would make me, would confirm my belief?
I don't know what your belief is.
That this is the Dragon's Hoard.
Serial numbers.
The trade bars don't appear to be part of. There's nothing about them that would make you think that they're part
But
of
this
the
is way more money than a normal lord would.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
You would
500,000.
You would estimate if you were to sit. Do you want to count all the bags?
No, I don't have time for that. But
You would estimate there are at least a couple 100,000 gold in this room.
I think we've hit jackpot, and all right, I'm going to send the bird down to take a look down the
Now we've got to prove it.
the sheer amount of it is enough to prove. Quantity is sometimes a quality all of its own.
We prove that they took it and they're keeping it.
The fact that they have it is proof.
Yeah, like we're trying to, they like, you go to the city. Yeah.
There's more money here than the gods. This is not, I am a wealthy lord kind of money. Everyone knows that the money was stolen. The fact that they have it, this quantity, is the evidence we need. But
So at this point, by the way, you guys hear a bunch of clanging and clattering upstairs.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit! What does the bird see down the steps?
Down the steps appears to be sort of a hexagonal room with a spiral staircase going down in the middle of it, and then also sort of room extends both north and south as well.
Can I get the bird to fly down there a little bit?
Down the spiral staircase?
Yeah.
What's your distance you can move from?
Well, I mean, I can move towards. I know that there's no one in the room, so I can go basically to the top of the step.
Sure. It's about 30 feet down.
Okay.
If you're going. So you, once it gets to the bottom of that, make a stealth check for the bird.
Okay. 17 plus something. So probably over 20. 20.
All right. Also make a perception check for the bird.
All right, and the perception is +3 with advantage. Thank the gods. 12.
The bird hears repetitive verbal sounds.
Like chanting.
Yeah.
I'm going to poof the bird out of existence.
Okay.
I'm going to tell him exactly what I hear. They're like, we don't need to go further by ourselves. Like I said, I'll repeat everything that I
What's
saw.
down there?
There's something chanting. I don't like chanting. Nothing we have ever encountered that involved chanting ended with us getting booze and hand jobs. Like we need to get out of here.
We're in Max's castle.
All right.
I mean, I could enjoy
Jump
that.
back up to shenanigans in the hallway.
Shenanigans.
Okay.
So you are grappling the guard.
grappling the
on
guard,
the floor,
right.
Prone. Are you doing anything? You've run back upstairs.
Yep. The goal was to be out of sight by the time
Do we
others respond.
want to do an initiative here? Let's roll initiative for those of you who are up here. You can roll as well if you want to eventually jump in, and actually you guys can as well if you would like. But if you plan on staying out of it, don't worry about it.
Plan on staying out of it.
I'm on 20.
I have
So
my
is-
girly
so is the
screen
guard.
prepared.
What's your dexterity?
Plus 3.
All right, so you'll go first.
9.
You go before me.
Maybe lands.
Oh my god, I don't want to go to the freaking whatever. It's all good.
You don't want to go last?
Doing a great job.
Okay. Did you say TK goes first or the guard goes first?
TK will go first. Before the guard, anyways. I don't know what you guys got for initiative.
We got crap.
Okay.
We both got 9.
TK.
You can go first. I don't care. I don't know that. I'm talking about my text messages.
Oh boy. Alright, so Yar has tackled the guard,
Yep.
and Ariel is standing there.
No, you saw Ariel. As soon as that happened, Ariel bolted back up the stairs. Basically going
No.
open.
No.
Oh, not Ariel.
Ruby
Oh,
did.
so Ruby
Ruby
did.
did.
Ariel's standing there right now.
Okay.
She's basically right in front of you.
I'm gonna.
Pretty much, you got guard here with.
Why are they all laying down?
Because
Because
they're
attack-
grappling.
he's
each other.
grappling.
I grappled the guy. I tackled the guy.
TK was standing right here.
Accelerated
And
chafing.
I was in the archway.
He's
First.
right here. And
No, the archway to the library. Or is that the archway to the library?
this is the library here. You would have had to go through the
Oh, I thought there was
thing.
a archway. Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine.
Alright,
Silas is.
Downstairs.
Oh yeah,
Downstairs.
downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
And Ruby's upstairs.
And Ruby is
Upstairs.
up here. Alright. So,
Alright.
I'll find my out.
I guess I don't have a whole lot of time to think about it.
Nope.
I'm going to rush over to the two of them, and I'm going to grab Yar and try to pull him off the guard. And it's my biggest, boomiest, authoritative voice. I'm just going to be like, "Looks like you've had enough. You're going home." And I'm just going to
okay.
try to push.
Make an athletics check. You can use athletics or acrobatics.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
If
I'm
you're
not gonna resist
resist,
it. No,
then it's fine.
I'm not gonna resist.
10.
It's fine. He's not resisting. So as soon as you grab him, he lets go of the guard, and you say that you pick him up. You're dangling him
Yeah.
in the air.
I'm carrying him away.
Right.
All right. So let's see.
The drunk are sober.
30.
I was just about to say that. Yes.
All right.
All right. Who's next?
Then it's the guard's turn.
Yep.
He uses disintegration right.
What the fuck? Yeah. Wouldn't
The guard
I wouldn't doubt
stands up.
it.
He looks at TK and he's like, "Ugh." Thanks for the assistance. And he starts thinking 5, 10, 15, 20. He is going to attack Ariel. He's gonna miss. Also, let's see at this point.
All the guards go on the same initiative.
What the hell?
Where's my tank?
He's good.
For the
He's good. Why don't you just go ahead and take that?
I'm the one with the aura of clumsy. Like,
I was trying to do him a service.
apparently.
Look, it's 10:02. We're getting reckless here.
Sorry, buddy.
That's all right.
My mia apologia.
Yeah, you apologize.
Yeah.
Guards are coming into the house.
And the guards keep coming.
Except for the one that's on the ground.
No, he's now picked
Oh,
up
he's
and
now
attacking
up.
guard.
That's true.
All right. Who's next?
Who's next?
Yar.
Yar, what are you doing? Right now you're held.
I'm being held, and I'm like, stop that guard, that man right there, and I point at the guard. He is a known member of the Xanathar's Guild.
Oh my!
I will roll all the bluff, all the intimidate,
There's,
all the.
there's not anybody to bluff because
Well,
the other person in the room
That's
is that guard.
that's
Well,
my story.
Actually, I tell you that, there's
I'm yelling it loud
there's
enough for
now-
everybody to hear.
Yeah, there's other like citizen stuff who are sort of like peeking around the corner.
I guess it's deception.
Yeah, make a deception check.
Nat 20.
Okay.
And then I also yell, I am a member of the Harper's Guild. We are tracking Xanathar members down. That man is a known associate.
Do I recall having a wanted poster for anyone that even resembled this guard?
And then,
Roll.
Roll what?
and then, hang up, if I'm finished, before you're finished, to seal the deal, I turn to you and I say, open up your bag. You'll find my Harper's pin inside that I had from way back when. Sealing the deal.
Keep in mind the Harpers have no official jurisdiction
Correct.
of doing
Yes,
anything.
I know that. I know that. This
And actually, most citizens don't
wouldn't
even
know who
fuck
the hell
Harpers
is.
are.
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to make myself sound official.
Sure. I'm just.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I'm just doing what I got here. This is a citizen's arrest!
Let's see. Make a. I don't know. Just make a fucking D20 roll.
Let's just see what happens.
Natural 20! Okay. Yes! Alright. So you do actually look at the guy as you're holding Yar. You kind of look over the guy and you're like, I do kind of recognize. He does kind of look like a guy that is on one of my wanted posters. And you kind of rummage through your bag and you pull out a.
He's like,
one of those looks
hang on.
very, very much like that guy. For Xanathar's guild, in fact.
Actual shit is going on. Fucking, I've been rolling less than 10 with advantage all goddamn night to do legit shit, and then you guys try to pull this fucker. What the fuck?
Apparently, we're only saving the world through bullshit.
We can't run a legit campaign. We can't do it.
Ariel, what are you doing?
Mathematically impossible.
I'm supporting them. So yes, that is why I recognized when he threw me out, and that's why I came back to get him.
See, we've met members of the Xanathar Guild.
All right.
Yes, we met members of the.
Back up to 20. What would you like to do?
Do I have to roll any kind of or just aiding them? I'll just.
You're just aiding them essentially while you're doing.
Okay.
Okay, man, I'm gonna shoot my net at the guard.
All right, make an attack roll.
I rolled poorly.
Okay. Well, what did you get?
9.
And, all right, so the net just you fire the net and it just kind of like it doesn't hit him. It kind of some part of it hits him, but it sort of like clatters off the wall and falls to the ground. And he's like, "What? Ha! Hi!"
I'll read the name on the foot. You're under arrest.
He's like, he actually was like, when you say his name and you pull out the wanted poster,
It's really him.
he looks worried. It's him. In fact, make a perception check.
Aiding.
Yes.
I perceive nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's actually like, oh, wait a minute, what? Like he looks worried. So he attacks Ariel again. Actually, no. He's gonna try to book it out the fucking door.
Go on. Go that way. Please go that way.
Yeah, he's gonna go. He goes this way.
Can I punch him with an attack of
You
opportunity?
can make an attack of opportunity, sure. Punching him is going to be a disadvantage, but...
Yeah, I miss.
Alright, you punch him in the armor, but it doesn't do anything to him. He basically is like out the front
Oh,
door.
Jesus.
Um,
I turned to you and I'm like, I didn't think that would happen anymore.
I want to go home.
Go
to where the
so
fucking snake is.
These other guards have stopped here. They see him running, that guard running out the front door. Turn and they look at him. They look at you guys, and they're like, "Wait a minute!
After that man!
He's still holding the thing up.
He's Xanathar's guild. Get him.
Get him, boys! Okay. So they start going this way. They've already burned most of their movement, but they start heading this way after him.
I feel like the Dukes of Hazzard's Rock Scopey Coltrane should go right now.
I don't know if this is Dukes of Hazzard or Scooby Doo.
No, I got something for this.
This is so fun.
Do it.
Yakety sax.
Yeah.
Do it.
Now can we rejoin the party?
Gar, what are you doing?
Like, and I'm gonna slowly just kind of work my way back downstairs.
Yeah, we're about to.
Kind of like walk my way back towards the door, the stairs that goes down. And I'm like, do.
There you go.
So Ruby, you hear a voice from the shadows of the ballroom that's like, what's happening down there?
I just kind of like nonchalantly, I'm like, I hear all of that about this.
Yeah.
He's downstairs, and I was like, oh yeah, we might have nearly obliterated all of the Xanathar killed in one trip because we couldn't get out.
You don't see a face, but you imagine that a look at you of, what is happening somewhere in the shadows?
And then I was like, I mentioned I'm with the hero of Waterdeep, right?
No. So, alright,
I'm gonna run towards.
well, are you
the door.
doing anything? You're at the door.
I'm just gonna start trying to. Well, no,
Double moving or-
I'm just waiting for you to go through.
Okay.
I'm waiting
Keep
for
in
him
mind,
to
there
go through.
are just citizens like over here staring at you, watching you guys.
Yeah. So I'm not going down the steps, but I'm like just gonna cover you in case you do go downstairs.
Yeah, that's my move. Well, we sure taught him a lesson, and
Get him!
I walk back into the foyer.
Into here?
Yeah, back to the foyer. This
He's going
towards the
down.
stairs, going down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm,
So,
I'm gonna double move if that's okay.
Are you going up the stairs? or
Down,
no?
no, down the
You want to
stairs.
go down the stairs.
You want to go through the door here?
Yeah, through that door.
Well,
Well,
everyone is watching you.
No. Well,
That's
I
why I didn't go
mean,
downstairs.
How many people?
We've
are-
got
There's
There's
about a dozen people standing here, various like noble people watching the commotion.
Okay. We'll
Yeah.
just wait until they maybe all start dispersing, and then, because the guards are no longer there, are no longer an issue. Maybe I don't know.
We'll see. They
We're gonna find out in a
Again.
second. That's why I'm not going
No,
downstairs, man. You don't go down there.
If they catch that guy, and you guys have disappeared.
Yep. We're gonna have to answer for that.
All right.
What
So
did you room back to?
we're
Back
back
up
up
to
to
the top.
20. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to disperse the crowd. But go back to your party, people,
Jedi business.
and then I'll
Yeah.
walk over to the steps and take a guard position at the steps, and also use my body to obscure the door down the stairs.
Excellent.
Well, that would be a little bit. You might be able to block it from that angle, but if anybody comes in this way,
Okay.
That's fine.
okay.
I'm just as best I can. I'm just
Sure. At this point, two things. One, these guards run out the front door after him. You hear some shouting and commotion from out that direction. You also hear. You can hear this door open and close. A number of footsteps coming in, and you hear a woman's voice saying, "Somebody give me a report of what's happening in my house!" And then, you two make it to the top of the stairs. Are you guys?
I'm just gonna kind of put my ear to the door, see what I can hear.
It's you heard that yelling from the female voice, and you, otherwise, directly on the other side, it sounds a little quiet.
gonna try to open the door enough to not be noticed, but to be
You
able to
see
out.
Yar standing up right on the other side of the door.
I'm like,
No, well, you don't see me.
no.
You shouldn't see me.
Okay, well then I do that to midair, to nothingness.
I'm just gonna close the door back, and I'm gonna grab Silas and just move down the steps a little ways. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but something got fucked.
Well, should we go out then?
Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait.
I'm just going to stand at attention
Sure.
and
Both ways.
wait for the lady to show up.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. A few moments later, she does show up, and she's looking around very sort of sternly, and she's like, "Where's my other guard? Somebody answer me. Someone tell me what's going on in my house right now."
Madam, one of your guards was a Xanathar member, and I'll present the wanted poster to her.
She's like,
Bill?
From accounting?
"But that's not his name that's on the thing." She's like, "That's." Oh, my. Who?
We're sorry
who's
about that.
acting up?
We're sorry about that. Your honorship. We're
She sort of cocks her head.
Your ladyship?
She's like, who should I be thanking, I guess? Around this time, also, the other three guards that went after him, you see them, they're dragging back this dude, and he's like, kind of like
Should
kicking.
thank Rainier Neverember.
She's like, looking around for.
yes. Remember. We were him. Yes.
His
You're-
guests.
Right, and then number.
Never.
She's looked around for Rainier, and Rainier's actually kind of like pops his head from around the corner, and he's like,
Hello.
and then sort of walks into the
General Kenobi.
doorway, and is like, these are my guests, my lady.
I do apologize for the mess they've made.
We really
He's
didn't
like,
make much of a mess.
Unrelated.
I'm sure they were acting in good faith on your behalf. As you are well aware, he looks around for Matthias and doesn't seem that they are friends, party members of the hero of Waterdeep, and as you know, they had recent dealings with destroying a great number of the Xanathar's guild. They must have recognized this man who's infiltrated your home and took action to thwart whatever nefarious deeds, plots he had in store. And she just sort of like looks around and sort of nods a bit. She's like, very well, I suppose we are in your thanks.
We apologize for the disruption, Your Honor.
We tried to take him quietly.
But he would not come. He dodged nets.
He's now like, he's being drugged back unconscious into the house at this point. His helmet is off, and you see the purple eyes tattooed across the bald head. And one of the guards is holding like a wig in his hand. And they sort of toss the guy on the ground unconscious. He's got a couple of stab wounds. He's not dead. He's breathing, but he looks pretty fucked up. They're like, they're right, lady. They must have recognized him. He is. You can see the tattoos. He is in fact a member of the Xanathar's Guild. I know not what plans they have to interrupt your festivities, but whatever their plot was, hopefully these men and women thwarted it. At which point she sort of like,
Important plans is what we do.
Even our own.
she's like, well, in that case, we need to find a proper way to thank you.
I don't think that'd be necessary.
No
Your Honor.
thanks is necessary. This party is, in your generosity to the city, is more than payment enough.
Yes, but Lord knows what such vile fiends had in plot for so many people here. You know, for all we know, you could have saved all of our lives. So, listen, and she sort of It's getting late. It's about 10 o'clock, 10:30, I believe. Soon. It's almost, it's approaching midnight quickly. At which point, I planned a rather large toast to be had at the witching hour in sort of honor of the masquerade. We've got a few more festivities outside to do, and then I would like to have you as my guests of honor during the toast.
That sounds wonderful, Your Honor.
How about we step outside, we have some drink and food, and we can talk? What do you
Sure,
mean?
let's go outside.
Sure. That sounds great.
Okay. And she sort of escorts the three of you guys outside with the guards, and she turns and very sort of like sternly looks at the other guards that have this guy, and they're like, find some place safe to lock him up. I'm sure my husband will want to have words with him. She's like, please, let's not think any more of this.
All right.
Walks with you guys outside. One last thing before we quit. As you guys head outside, festivities slowly but very assuredly start to pick back up. People are calm that all the ruckus is sort of gone now. We'll start drinking and eating again outside. The various competitions pick back up and things like that. The lady begins speaking to you about, your adventures, similar to your conversation that you had with Lord Castellana. The door to the downstairs opens, and the three guards come dragging down the body. Still alive, but the unconscious body of the third guard down into the cellar. Two of you make stealth checks.
Okay. I get a 20.
That is a 15.
All right. You hear thunk, thunk, thunk as his body's bounced from stair to stair as they drag him down, seemingly not too much of a care for his well-being. You guys hide amongst the barrels and things like that in the room at the bottom of the staircase.
Still going in the other room.
What's that?
What's a spell, right?
Is your poplar still growing in the other room?
Oh, I can dissipate it at will.
Okay.
And they as they start to walk, they get to the bottom, they start to turn to the right to go down the hall into the wine cellar room. You sort of, your muscles are tense and you try to shift to get more comfortable in your hiding spot, and you kind of like knock something a little bit. You just a little pebble or whatever sort of shifts across the stone. They're sort of, but they don't. They sort of just continue on, yeah.
Back to work.
So it's
Oh,
it's
it's the
cat.
box.
The
Warning.
the guards drag him next room. They sort of disappear out of sight into the darkness. But you hear echo through the room. Huh. Secret door is open. I guess boss must have been in a hurry. We don't have much time left until things go down. I'm sure he'll appreciate one more sacrifice. Let's go. And that's where we're going to close it.
Okay.
Well,
So that was
screw the pooch.
What pooch was there
Honestly,
to
if you guys
screw?
hadn't had all
amazing.
those
That
nat
was-
20s saved y'all's fucking lives.
Dude, seriously, like I was like that. If there was any in 20, you needed a nat 20. It was there.
My
It was
previous
right there.
statement of who thought that was a good idea.
It wasn't a good idea. I'll give you that.
Meanwhile,
But
I'm still upstairs with
I was
We
about to
had to
say,
say-
like, would
Viper.
so
Black
would
Viper.
would anything but the nat 20s have worked?
Probably not. Probably not. The only save grace you might have had is if the TK had basically continued to play like trying to keep the peace and not really a part of it. They would have just arrested the two of them.
They would have just arrested us. And I did consider that. I was like, you know what?
And then,
if not, I could have written it off as the rumbling of a drunk person, possibly. But to get that bluff check was like, God.
But yeah, the double nat 20s between the two of you, I was like, I'm just gonna make them right. They just happen to be fucking right. Like, that's too uncanny for that shit to play. Like,
that was pretty funny.
That was great.
Yeah, man.
And it actually, without hopefully any spoilers, we'll see. Interestingly enough, plays into some of the shit that's probably gonna happen next session. So
Let's talk about that, because when is next session? I'm not going to be in town next weekend.
Neither am
Yeah.
I.
Next weekend is Strawberry Festival anyway.
It's
Memorial
Memorial Day
Memorial
weekend.
Day.
weekend,
Yeah, so it's probably going to be
Weekend
2
after.
weeks.
which is International Tabletop Day.
Right.
So I would think one thing we can do. I've got a couple ideas for stuff that I can do for International Tabletop Day, depending on how long we want to stream. But one thing we can kind of definitely do is try to do an extra long Dragon Heist stream to just we finish it.
Finish it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We just finish it.
Didn't we talk about having to not? No, we didn't have the same amount of time as we did last year.
Well, Glenn had said maybe we wouldn't do all day like we did last
Well, we
time.
started like
but
at 10 o'clock or some shit, or 11 o'clock
Yeah.
last year.
I think it was about 9
I think it was
or
like,
10.
Yeah,
like
9,
9,
10
10.
in the morning.
I mean, I'm fine with
I remember
that.
having coffee.
I'm fine with that too, but
I
I'm
don't
like, I
care.
don't want
I'm
to.
okay with
But
that.
we may not have the same resources as last year. We actually had like
We got a few different people.
a few other
I
people.
mean, we
yeah.
could potentially still
Because
do that.
we did some board games. We did the siege scenario with the
Well,
characters.
we can talk about that after we stop the stream, but for our viewers, if we have any,
Yes.
the next session will be 2 weeks from today.
Right, it'll be on International Tabletop Day.
And we will,
And-
for sure,
Amongst other things that we might possibly stream, we will for sure be doing an extra long Dragon Heist game, and we will finish this goddamn adventure. Absolutely.
So thank you for tuning in. I hope it was as crazy for you as it was for us.
Yeah, it's not gonna calm down next session. I promise you. If you thought this stuff was shenaniganry,
Shenaniganery?
it's
I like that word.
Shit canery.
honestly
Chicanery.
Let's submit it to the website right now.
tonight was calm compared to how I thought it was gonna go. So it'll get real crazy next June 1st.
Cool. All right.
All right, guys. Love you
Bye,
guys.
everyone.
See you. Goodbye.